All right, I am here, and I'm going to be continuing the first Descendant. Let's just make sure that my mic is working. I'm going to be continuing the first Descendant. Yes, we are good. And as far as where we left off, we are firmly planted in the beginning of the hard mode, the beginning of the end game. Let's see if they're still here and give us a there. I don't like breaking off the congas abruptly if people are chilling. I wanted to see if they would give us a high five, and they did. But yes, so at this point, we have every single Valby piece except for the code. So we know exactly where the grind is for Valby at this point. And as far as the Valby code goes, there is no research associated with it. So we get the code and then we start unlocking Valby. At which point we don't need to unlock Valby again. Yeah, I'm gonna use specifically my liquid metal because I know that we're getting liquid metal and these superconductor cores from breaking down our weapons and our reactors and external components. Our modules, when we dismantle our modules, we just get Kuiper shards. And these 16 phase exchangers we can now do because of the multi-composite, and that does seem like a pure ratio. 4 to 16, it costs 4 times as much. But we can use the super alloy, and it's very obvious we have a lot more super alloy. So that is what I'm going to use. As far as those resources go in the game, I'm going to be careful about which ones we use, even though it may result in a reduced stack amount. Given the fact that that research doesn't take that long, I'm not trying to like grind. Yeah, we've already scrapped dismantled our duplicates. And as far as Sharon goes, we're pretty much... We can put another point in fusion. This focus on fusion is not going to be bad regardless. And we learned that, yes, the gold grind in this game is real. And we accept that about this game. I will say it's actually refreshing to find out that gold has some scarcity and that there is reason to go and chill and like do a gold grind mission. Because otherwise, like, if you really take a look at the alternative, like, oh, but I want infinite gold. Yeah, but if you have infinite gold, it's like, then it's like you just always have it. And then you're not worried about it. And then you don't appreciate it. So having something be scarce, and once we unlock Descendants take a long time to unlock. Like, Valby, getting this amorphous material for the 15% chance, and then going to Pyromaniac, we determine takes about 15 minutes, give or take, for matchmaking time and time traveling between the two missions. Which is fine. But the reason I'm bringing that up is because it costs a lot of gold to research Descendants. So if we want to use Valby, we determined it's 1 million gold in total to just to research all of the pieces. Yeah, this Eternal Willpower is so nice. And I do recommend, when it comes to this game, I said it last stream, subliminally, I've put this game kind of in like, I don't know how to put it other than by saying like maintenance mode, right? Where I'm no longer gonna be doing like 7 to 10 hour streams of this game. We're gonna be taking a little bit more of like a relaxed approach. And it feels pretty good, like settling in to level 100, having completed the main quest, continuously enjoying the gameplay. A lot of the core leveling elements of the game, like mastery rank, proficiency, Descendant leveling, so on and so forth. It's actually enjoyable. Like, you know, if you get stuck doing the same mission, like for instance the Asylum, over and over again, trying to unlock Sharon or Freyna or Valby or whatever, I highly recommend taking some time to vary up the content that someone is doing, because there's a lot of content in this game and you don't need to just do the same thing over and over again. Something I plan on kind of integrating. Yeah, this is a speed run, so whoever gets to this first effectively wins the speed run. The second you begin the defense location, the timer starts, whether your teammates are here or not. So that area is a part of the speed run of this location. Yeah, while I'm thinking about it, I want to check if the dailies reset. Yes. So we'll get through, as far as I can tell, the dailies on the battle pass. 4 of them we're gonna just be able to get done by playing the game without even focusing on them. 2 of them we may have to go out of our way. And I still remember that for my weeklies, I do need to use Freyna. They made Freyna specifically a part of the daily, or the weeklies, in order to encourage, I assume to encourage players to unlock Freyna. Which, Freyna is one of the easier Descendants to unlock. It's not like they give you, it's not like they're telling you to do something with SMO, or like Enza, or like Ultimate Viesa, you know? But it's clear, yes, the dailies are Descendant specific. Some of them, or the weeklies. Sorry, I keep saying weeklies and dailies. Some of the weeklies are Descendant specific, and they do impact the amount of supply coins you get. The supply coins directly translate into cosmetics on the supply shop, free to play. And that's a fantastic system. I like that a lot. You know, I do a weekly, I get rewarded for unlocking Freyna and using Freyna. I get supply coins, and then I can get cosmetics for my other Descendants. That's fantastic. All the meantime, doing this mission, here's the speed run. This is the speed run here. We jump up high here just to make sure we clear. Double jump to avoid the fall animation. Double jump, double jump. Almost missed the grappling hook there. And then if I make this grappling hook, then we're good. As long as one of our teammates goes over there. But if they don't, it's completely fine because I missed the grappling hook. So we did miss the speed run. Unless we have a teammate up ahead that I missed. It takes another... that took another like 10-15 seconds. But that is the main speed run on this mission. Once we reach this point, then the speed run is over. Then our teammates get teleported to us, and we're fighting the boss. And then obviously doing damage to the boss is a part of it, you know. Get the AoE off on the enemies that they spawn around them. I'm using Sigvors to try and get Sigvor proficiency increased. Yeah, we're in the cold box. This is one of the coolest boss abilities. Oh, that's brutal. So we get put in the cold box. If we try to run out of it, we get frozen. And then they do the slam down AoE inside of the cold box. That boss is very interesting. But that mission was 6 minutes 49. Totally respectable. Any time under 7 minutes on Mystery's End is pretty respectable. But you can see we only get 24,000 gold. We get much more gold from the ambush mission, which I will do next. And then we'll do Pyromaniac, and then that's kind of going to be the cycle as we get Sharon up to level 40, and then I'm going to use Blair. Yeah, I think is it neutralize? Yes, it is the neutralize the Agna Desert Void experiment for the Valby code. And you get a lot more gold by doing this. But at the trade-off, you only get a 30% chance at the Amorphous 32. And we've done this mission multiple times. We haven't even gotten it to drop. Which gives us 0% chance to get Valby. So switching it up between Mystery's End and then this experiment mission, neutralize the experiment, where we have to shoot the bubble exploding enemy. Yeah, that enemy. As long as one person shoots them, the Void Bomber, then it initiates the wave. This mission, on average, seems to take about 9 minutes. And they immediately died. I'll try to get them up, but if they keep going down, it's going to be rough. That's going to be Bunny's job. They completely whiffed. Completely whiffed on hitting them. That's that Void Bomber running around and making sure that we have a bunny that can catch up with him with maximum move speed is one of the major determining factors in how long this mission actually takes. I am gonna turn the voice volume back up. There is no separation between the Descendant's dialogue while you're playing and, for instance, the dialogue that plays over and over again when you do a... I still don't know what those are. That icon, I think, you know what those are, I think? Those are spawn... Those might be spawn locations for vaults. I think those might be spawn locations for vaults. What I assume is going to happen, and I don't know if there's a way to do it yet, but I assume someone's going to make some type of very in-depth guide when it comes to vault farming, because that's going to be a core aspect of getting the energy activators, which is going to be a core aspect of the end game. The game, as far as I can tell you, gives you 2 energy activators as a courtesy. And if you, as far as I can tell, if I wanted a third, it is either the extreme grind on the vaults, grinding the vaults, or $25 in the shop. And we all know that $25 on the shop is just not gonna happen. That's just not gonna happen. So yeah, we run this for about 9 minutes, get a chance at the Amorphous, get a ton of gold. I don't think this is worth doing over Mystery's End unless you need gold, which you're gonna need. So it may very well be worth doing alongside Mystery's End. This is a part of like the end game gold grind, Valby grind, and leveling Sharon grind. We're achieving the triple grind right now. But this mission is not so bad. So to get the 30% chance at the Amorphous 32, we need to go to wave 12. You get gold for getting to wave 6, which is why I say this is really good for the gold grind. But you only really want to do this if you want a chance to get that chance at the Amorphous as well. The combination of the gold drop, oh, I hate that so much. And they sap all of your... Our teammates may not be able to survive this. I think we have 2 teammates who are relatively low level. MP. They sap all of your MP, which is very, very bad. That makes like a somewhat difficult enemy extremely difficult. Because I went in there to use my active cloaking. That was lucky. If the Void Bomber spawns right next to you, you can just immediately shoot it. Any time that's spent running after chasing the Void Bomber is a second lost on the entire mission time. But yeah, if we have... Oh, man. They need to make it so you can lower the sound of that. It's fucking annoying as shit. Seriously, every chance I get in the Discord, I'm like... I just create a poll. Ability to reduce the volume of the shield break sound. Like, nobody likes that. Nobody. It's like, oh, you're playing and all of the sounds are slightly dampened. Hey, here's the shield break sound at maximum volume plus 50%. Nobody likes that. And the fact that
energy is so strong. It's almost
the game released with that not being an option is ridiculous. And this is going to lead into something very interesting that's fundamental about the game. Defense does not affect shields. Flat out. Just flat out. Confirmed. Guaranteed. Verifiable. So, do not build your shields in this game. Just don't. Don't even worry about it. It's a serious mistake, as far as I can tell, on the developer's part. Yeah, we have two teammates who are lower level, I believe. Which does make this all take longer, but it's something we accept. I'm not going to poo-poo on anyone for being new to the game. This is a lower level mission, and I am grinding for something that you need to get to the next stage in order to complete. What? Dude, fuck off, man. Fuck off. I can't use my abilities, man. I'm trying to use my Q and it's like, oh, yeah, you're silenced. Shield guy with silence is actually annoying to deal with. Because you're just stuck looking at a shield. And if your sub attack is on cooldown, like, what are you gonna do? Yeah, we're probably not gonna be able to get to, Wave 12, unfortunately. Which is why I primarily recommend doing Mystery's End to get the amorphous material pattern for the Valby code. I'm gonna take another look and try to find if there's anything else we can do. I think the only other option is pretty much gonna be hard mode. You know, the AoE of the SIG boards may actually be worthwhile here. Dude, Silly Weeper is my favorite weapon. Ha! Silly Weeper, and then the Eternal Willpower, and then probably the Thunder Cage. Thus far. I haven't tried all of the weapons quite yet.
It's a Vulgus ambush. Deal with them quickly.
We are on wave 11. Surprisingly, that last wave went by a lot more easily than the wave prior. I don't know exactly why. All I know is that I've got to be careful about getting close to these guys, because not only will they silence us, they'll also sap all of our MP which is very, very bad for any type of melee character. Thankfully, they don't cancel Bunny's lightning emission. So if you get silenced by a mutated enemy, it doesn't actually cancel your active skill. And no, we did not get the 30% drop. So I've done this a couple times and we still have not gotten the... we haven't even gotten the amorphous, which we then need to crack open at a 38% chance. So yeah, unless you need gold, this is not worth it. Much better to do Mystery's End and then at least have a roll to get the Valby code at a 15% chance. Because it is deceiving, but if you saw, we got 160,000 something gold. That is a part of the gold grind. So that mission we just did is actually decent for gold first and foremost, and then after that it's decent to get that amorphous drop chance, and then after that it's decent to level up characters, Descendants. As far as our mods go on our general rounds, I am going to invest more in rifling reinforcement for the raw firearm attack, because you just can't go wrong with it, right? The mod that just gives you more firearm attack, you don't need to worry about the damage type.
Welcome to the modules lab.
Where's the hold on. Before I put anything into that, where is action and reaction? Yeah, see, that's what I really want to be using. Yeah, what I really want is to get this maxed out. As a bread and butter on our general rounds weapons, action and reaction and rifling reinforcement are just good, no matter what you're using. I'm going to get rifling reinforcement up first because of the way that the module scaling works, right? Getting this up to... or no, 3. Gonna get it up by 3. 1, 2, 3. Versus getting this up 1. It's gonna be more effective to get this up 3, right? For another about 6.1. Yeah, 6.1 firearm attack. 6.1% firearm attack on that. Yeah, we have fire attack and chill attack. I'll get another one in chill enhancement. Just because I've noticed that while we're using this thing, we sometimes freeze enemies, and that's amazing. So I'm very close to getting Sharon up to level 40. The next thing to do is going to be Pyromaniac. That's another thing about this kind of cycle we're doing, is like, I just want to keep chill attack on all of my stuff. Yeah, all of this is junk. Not even, at this point, it's not even worthwhile for me to even peek at anything under level 100. We need to get our external components up to level 100, which is something that I'm going to be working on over time. Yeah, shield conversion might actually be good. I don't care about shield. I don't think we actually have anything. No, we have this. We do have this. I mostly took this for the equipment drop rate, though. If this was a shield support processor, I probably wouldn't have used it. But yes, alas, the... shield is not impacted by defense. That is what I was gonna say. As far as the Silly Weeper and the Eternal Willpower go, I'm gonna be using these until they're proficiency level 40. And that's that. If we need to go into hard grind mode, I'll probably put this on Bunny for the chill attack. This is just overall good on Bunny because of the extra chill attack, firearm attack, bonus firearm attack versus Colossus, and in this case weapon change speed, because with this we're using it primarily on Bunny for the move speed. So depending on what we're using, we will take that out. But yes, we can do the Pyromaniac now because we have the 36. The Mystery's End infiltration operation guarantees that we get the amorphous 36 pattern. And what that allows us to do is it allows us to cycle between Mystery's End and the Pyromaniac, which is a good cycle. I like that. Jumping from infiltration to Colossus, back and forth, as long as we have the amorphous. But jumping back and forth between whatever we're doing is the best way to cruise in this game. Because simultaneously, I'm leveling Sharon, I'm getting my weapon proficiency up, we're unlocking Valby, we're doing the gold grind, we're getting our modules enhanced. You know, it's all a part of it. I really think the Silly Weeper is just gonna chunk the hardest. Because I can one-shot those, I will prioritize them for my team. Because as far as hitting those goes, it is a little bit annoying to take out the Kingfishers if you don't have the damage. Because if you miss, or you need to like fire an entire mag and then reload, it's not satisfying to have to do that. So using the Silly Weeper to one-shot them is totally fair. Silly Weeper is also fantastic against the Pyromaniac because, I mean, for several reasons. but because you can, when it's in its invulnerable phase, snipe the back of it. There we go. I should stop standing in the chains. Yeah, it's interesting. Sometimes they take 2 hits. Oh my, I just got hit by that giant thing. Was not paying attention. The ammo efficiency is the primary reason. Ammo efficiency and then the damage fall off are the 2 main reasons why I recommend the Silly Weeper. Silly Weeper with a solid chill attack roll is like seemingly one of the most ideal weapons to use against this boss. They're fried. We're good. Oh, they went immune. Rip. Yeah, their flamethrower has a limited range. There we go. And you know, you can pinpoint with very little damage fall off, pinpoint hit their weak spot on their back. Even when they're in that immunity phase. B-Rent, welcome. This game has taken over my life in the course of 2 days. This game is quite good. It is indeed quite good. As long as you can enjoy the gameplay loop. If you enjoy the gameplay loop and you can accept the fact that, yes, it is hard RNG for a lot of the drops, all of the drops in the game, then it's very good. It's very worthwhile. We can do the neutralize again. I don't know if I really, well, I don't know if I really need gold. Yeah, about that. The neutralize void experiment, I prefer doing Mystery's End, because when it comes to the neutralize void experiment, if you do it and you don't get the amorphous, it doesn't feel the greatest. But we get more XP, more gold, and we get weapon drops. Did it matchmake? Oh, there we go. Okay. But we are on the Valby grind. We're just about to finish leveling Sharon to level 40. And in the background, we're doing the Battle Pass grind, the subliminal Battle Pass grind. These are progressing. We need to do Void Fragment, Outpost. We'll do that. That's fine. Any clue where to get the Fire Specialist module? The best way to find out any of that kind of stuff is you press J, access info, you
Descendant,
click
we have some intel on enemy
module,
We've detected an
go to the
experiment
search,
related to the
and
void
then
bay.
type in
Apparently, it's a potential threat that could lead to a void erosion if left unchecked.
fire specialist. And then F. So, seeming like White Knight Gulch. And there's the extremely loud shield break sound, which no one in the history of any game ever has ever said, like, I really like that extremely loud sound to play when I get attacked.
It disrupts the entire dimension.
That's one of my biggest gripes about the game. That loud shield break sound you just heard, my biggest gripes about the game. You can turn the... We need more fine-tuned audio sliders, is my biggest gripe.
Damn it.
Throughout my experience in this game, I've said it and I'll continue to say it. It feels pretty unpolished. Over time, I hope, right? Pure speculation, but I hope that the developers smooth things out over time. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Personally, I think they will, but we'll see. Not a guarantee. Of course, it's that simple. Learning the menus and such. Oh my. The menus in this game, the UIs are nice, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have, because especially navigating, like, for instance, when you're in this screen, I'm like, okay, there are modules that have skill crit chance, right? Skill critical chance. I can't remember what mod, but skill critical hit rate. What's my skill critical hit rate? I see skill critical hit resistance, but where's my skill critical hit rate? Okay, well, I have a secret for you. When you're in this screen, you gotta press W, go to info, and then you can find your skill critical hit rate. Which, yes, is different for every Descendant. Bunny has a 10% skill critical hit chance. A skill critical hit rate. Reyna has a 5% skill critical hit chance. So, and then Blair, I think, also has a 20%. Blair, like Sharon, has a 20%.
You need to locate the
But
and Velleton void
it's like the
energy
fact
and
that that
eliminate
menu is
it.
here,
Won't be an easy target, so stay on your toes.
but then you also have this here, which doesn't contain it, is like, yeah, I get it. Some of the menus in the UIs, once you learn to navigate them, it's like, oh yeah, that's fine. But the level of like intuitiveness is lacking in some regards, which is another prime example of what I mean by this game lacks polish. But it's very enjoyable if you can excuse it on some of that kind of stuff, for sure. Overall, my experience in this game has been a good time. It is testament by the 80 plus hours I have in game thus far. And the many, many hours, well, every time I played this game, I've streamed it. So the 80 plus hours of live streams that I have of this game, I will continue to be playing this game for many, many weeks into the future. as I progress through the battle pass and do many of the core progressions in the game. Yeah, that is Sharon's combo, ultimate combo. And it slants when you set it up at the right time. But it is more difficult to use. Sharon is definitely more difficult than any of the other Descendants I've used in-game thus far. Keeping track of what guns have which modules makes me feel like Dustin Hoffman in the Rain Man. I'm not sure I understand that reference, but I kind of know what you mean. The UIs for checking what modules you have on what weapons is difficult. It's difficult. I've basically succumbed to, when it comes to my general rounds, I'm just going like,
It's a bogus
these
ambush.
two
Deal
modules
with them quickly.
are what you want. Like just you want these two modules. Action and reaction, rifling reinforcement. If you have those and you're leveling those, like, you're good. On any weapon. On any weapon. As for keeping track of what mods I have on every weapon, like, I recommend sticking to, like, one bread and butter. Like, right now, the Eternal Willpower is my bread and butter. The Eternal Willpower is my bread and butter because it does an insane amount of damage. Wait, are they gonna continue? If they're gonna continue, I'll do another one. Our team is actually pretty strong, so I don't think you want to go to wave 20 on this mission unless you have a good team. But yes, the Eternal Willpower we're getting our proficiency level up with. This one in particular has a good firearm attack roll and chill attack. The Eternal Willpower overall is one of my favorite weapons. Because it just clacks. Every shot chunks. And it's just a good balance of damage and fire rate, ammo capacity. And if you notice, while we're shooting enemies, chill attack is, as far as I can tell, one of the most powerful elemental rolls on a weapon because it sometimes freezes enemies, which is amazing. Like, freeze locking enemies, I don't know if you can freeze lock them. I think there is a cooldown on if you freeze an enemy with a chill attack skill, you can't immediately freeze them again. And it doesn't happen all the time. I think it needs to be like a weak point attack. Yeah, this mission is getting ridiculous. I'm maining Lepic, so I have an MP regen duration build on him. Nice. Found one with a fire attack as well. Nice. Yeah, as far as fire builds go, we're going to be using Blair. We just did get Sharon up to level 40. I really like that Sharon's Q just goes straight through. Rip. I really do like that Sharon's Q just goes straight through the shield. That is very convenient. It would kind of suck if... Because, like, for instance, Bunny's lightning emission
Void energy is so strong.
ignores their shields. If you shoot at their shields, you do 0 damage. So being able to do damage to them, the shield bearers, is pretty massive. Oh, I don't have enough energy. Rip, Brayna died. Yeah, this mission gets way more difficult. Yeah, I was 1 HP. You also love that same AR? Yeah, the Eternal Willpower is... it's up there with the Silly Weeper. I still think the Silly Weeper is my favorite weapon, though. Oh, that's why I turned the game music off. Like that sound, that's just stressful. Like I'm stressing out. That freeze right there, massive. Yeah, you can sometimes hit their heads over their shields if you're above them. Yeah, Silly Weeper probably... This is probably my favorite weapon in the game. We have this built. I could roll this, but I don't want to use the control axis. It's tempting to re-roll the Toxic, but man, like those are good rolls on that thing. I've been very conservative with my rolls. Oh, these enemies are getting so tough. That is insane. We're using level 100 weaponry, too. I think taking out those guys first. The Scorchers, Bombers, and the Living Artillery. Oh, Freyna died again. Rip. So are you ideally matching your weapon element types to your Descendant types? Or you keep them situational? Situational. Yeah. There's the double frame drop that we've gotten pretty consistently. Situational in the sense that I'm running the Mysteries and Pyromaniac loop, and that entails doing chill damage. Lots and lots of chill damage. As much chill damage as we can possibly achieve. Yeah, the Storm Warriors need to go away. The Snipers and the Storm Warriors. Yeah, these guys are taking hits now. Yeah, this Eternal Willpower does insane amounts of damage. Look at that. Even compared to the Silly Weeper, it's like, what? Is that gonna... Nah, that's not enough range. Yeah, that happens quite a bit with Sharon. You go to set up the Z, and then your teammates just kill everything. And I could have... there's still an enemy down there, I think. What is this? What? You can cancel Sharon Z ability. Oh, is that the... That was like the spawn location. Interesting.
Void energy is so strong. It's almost palpable.
I think at a point, right now, I'm building, at a point, we will build our weapons and our Descendants to match the elemental damage type. But given the fact that I'm still kind of leveling Sharon, I'm gonna level Blair. I don't have another crystallization catalyst, so that's gonna be a grind in itself. Just grinding for crystallization catalysts so that you can get extra modules on your Descendant, which you then have to level back up. Yeah, this is the grind. I don't think I'm gonna do 20 waves again on this. These waves start getting really, really long. And as far as I can tell, there was a big rubber band. Rubber is struggling a little bit. Yeah, this internal willpower is actually strong. The rolls we have on this thing are actually good for level 100. The fact that I'm still lacking enemies is amazing. Any tips for inventory management? I've been just clearing as it shows full, but there's got to be a better way. Just takes forever to make sure you aren't deleting something you might need. As far as like the leveling experience goes, it takes time. It really takes time. Damn, we got all just gold drops. I think over time you learn more. Yeah, we got a lot of gold from that though. Over time, you learn more about what you're looking for and what's good and so on. As you're learning that, as a part of the learning curve, it does take time. And yes, I have deleted things that are good. My advice is don't stress too much about it until you reach level 100 and enter into hard mode. Because if I'm being brutally honest, once you reach level 100, you're not going to even worry about drops under level 100. Because if you want weapon drops, you want to roll. If I wanted to start like finding something that was like fire attack or like something different, I would either go and do... I would go and do hard mode infiltration operations. Luca, welcome. I wish you the best on your channel. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks for stopping by. But yes, so the hard mode, once you finish the main quest, which I recommend doing, the thing is like there's no rush. Like really my core recommendation is play the way that you enjoy at the pace that you enjoy, and don't stress out about it. But I will say once you reach level 100, all of those lower level drops start to seem very irrelevant. So learning is the most important thing while you're getting through the levels. Learning like, oh, I want to hold on to this. This has worked well for me, and so on and so forth. And I definitely recommend continuously researching the precision phase exchangers, fine adjustment control axis, and precise ion accelerator. Highly recommend. Just make sure you're always researching these when you're playing. Obviously, you can't make sure that you end up running out of gold or liquid metal or whatever resource, but if you have the opportunity, just keep those researching. Can you explain the reactors to me? The reactors are like a core aspect of the game in terms of what they do for each Descendant. And each reactor has a different skill power boost ratio associated with it. Like this one, you would probably consider using on Freyna because it's a toxic reactor. This is the one that I'm using on Sharon right now. So I have a scout rifle weapon class equipped because the Silly Weeper counts as a scout rifle. And we are getting that skill power 140% bonus. And as for the skill power boost ratios, electric and fusion, Sharon has both electric and fusion. Her flash short sword and her cutoff beam are electric fusion. So you want to match the skill power boost ratios with whatever skills your Descendant has and what element, what skill powers they use, right? In this case, electric and fusion. Thank you for the impromptu tutorial. Yeah, no problem. Really, any questions? Like, I've been enjoying this game. I'm kind of like slowing down a little bit, enjoying the Valby grind, doing Mystery's End and Pyromaniac and whatnot. We are going to switch over to Blair, and I do have a reactor that we're going to use. But yeah, so that's the general idea behind the reactors. At the bottom of the card, you can see electric skill power boost ratio. Now, those are rolls you get, and those can change depending on the drop. So you find another tingling mixture reactor, those rolls at the bottom can be different. In this case, you want the electric skill power boost ratio because that directly applies to your electric skills. So it kind of matches up. You're trying to find that like combination with the reactors. But yes, so we've been playing as Sharon. I played as Sharon pretty much all of last stream, and I'm gonna be switching over to Blair. Blair is a fire type Descendant, and this tingling mixture reactor is not gonna be what we want for them. But thankfully, I took the time to save this thing, which should be a little bit better. And I saved this specifically because not only the only problem is the Enduring Legacy mounting. As far as getting the Enduring Legacy goes, yeah, that's gonna be the cherry on top. I don't even know, where is it? Here. That's gonna be like end game. Finding this thing. For now, I'll use this ultimate reactor unless I find another fire reactor.
If there's something you need, you'll need to pay.
My friends are playing as well, but they aren't nerding out on the numbers like I am. That's completely fair. Like this game, I think is great because it also caters to a wide range of play styles. The one recommendation I've given in the past as well is like, do not, yeah, we need mastery rank 15 to even research this thing. And we don't have any of the blueprints. Do not rush into the end game. Enjoy your time leveling up. Enjoy the main quest. Enjoy unlocking new zones, meeting the new descendants, so on and so forth. Because there will be that subliminal hidden wall, content wall that you reach when you're like, oh yeah, I'm in hard mode now. I'm level 100 now, you know? So I've enjoyed, again, I have 80 plus hours in this game. Like, I've enjoyed my time leveling and getting to this point. Yeah. We do have the synthetic fiber for that, interestingly enough. The thermal metallic foil, I suspect, is going to be ridiculous. Yeah, look at this. The encrypted storage boxes. So this is something everyone needs to know. The vaults and the encrypted, all of these, basically. Someone asked me before, how do I get precision phase exchangers? Or not phase exchangers. Precision, what is it? Precision code analyzer. Ultra precision code analyzer. How do you get these? I have 80 hours in the game and I've only found 6 of them. There are no particular things that drop this. And this is what you need to unlock the encrypted vaults. Yeah. So what we just came across, the reason I'm bringing this up is because I have a ultimate module that gets the benefit of having this Enduring Legacy equipped. And I'm realizing that, yeah, that thermal metallic foil there, the reason why we don't have any is because it is a part of the, like, hard RNG endgame grind. Now, I'm sure someone will eventually come out with, like, a guide on, like, oh, here's all the vault locations and whatnot. But right now, the precision code analyzers and the vaults are a double layer of RNG grind. So as far as like that question goes, how do I get the precision code analyzer? Like my honest answer is, don't worry about it. Like just focus on other stuff. Because the game will give you 2 energy activators. And I strongly suggest using your energy activators very wisely. Use your energy activators on the Descendants that you are going to be playing a lot. I personally used my first energy activator. Okay, so Blair's, we're gonna have to get used to Blair's abilities. But Blair's Q puts a fire around them. I didn't go through Blair's, hold on, let me do something. I can't do it now. I'll do it after. But we're gonna go into Zen grind mode. No music, no dialogue. But yeah, Blair is a new Descendant that I haven't used before. They are fire type, so it's going to be interesting. So as I was saying before, when it comes to the energy activators, the 2 energy activators that you are given so kindly by the developers, You get one early on, and then you get one from finishing the main quest. And my main recommendation is use your energy activator on the Descendant that you know you are going to be using a lot. And then save your second one. Don't use your second one immediately. Really feel out some of the other Descendants, primarily Freyna, Sharon, Blair, beyond your starter Descendant and Bunny, and start to really think about like which one of them you're going to be using the most, right? Which one's playstyle do you like the most, so on and so forth. Rushing to use your second energy activator that you get from beating the main quest doesn't seem necessary. I used my first one on Bunny because Bunny as the speedrun character, to make it a little bit easier to get Freyna, Sharon, Blair, seemed like the move. And as far as I can tell, it worked out pretty decently. So that's what I did personally. Is that what you need to do? No, you can hold on to both of your energy activators if you want. I know some people saved their energy activators for Freyna and for Sharon. They use their energy activators on their starter, Lepic, Ajax, Viessa. But just remember, the energy activators on the shop are $25, and you do not want to buy an energy activator. I recommend playing this game for free. I personally got the Battle Pass for $10, but I do not recommend the Battle Pass for the average player. I recommend waiting for the next season to see what type of content and updates and fixes the developers come out with in the next 50 or so days. And then maybe I'll change my recommendation. But we are currently in the preseason, as was decided by the developers. And we'll see. We'll see what happens after, what, 50... What is it at this point? 46 days remaining. We'll see. You do get some pretty cool stuff for free on the Battle Pass. The stuff on the Battle Pass, the premium Battle Pass, is stuff that I'm like, oh, I really need that, you know? But that's me personally. If people want to get into cosmetics, one of the main things you get is the Tonga's emote, right? This emote. Which is probably the best emote that I've seen in-game thus far. As far as I can tell, unless you really, really, really like that emote, the Battle Pass is absolutely not worth it. That is my take. And you could say, oh, you know, you get 300 caliber in return, right? If you complete the Battle Pass. Let's be honest. The average player is not going to complete the Battle Pass. It's just not going to happen. And I say that as not the average player. Like, I'm just being brutally honest. Most players are not going to complete the Battle Pass, and they're not going to get that 300 caliber back. So the primary thing you're going to get is the Congas emote, which is early on in the Battle Pass. And you're going to get the hamster backpack, the hamster wheel backpack. That's pretty much, as far as I can tell. I'm not even using the hamster wheel. I need to finish this speedrun. Hold on. I love the drums emote. Yeah. That is the type of stuff, as far as my personal hopium goes, for the cosmetics in the future, the potential cosmetics in the future, as far as my speculation goes. That's my hopium. Like with the Tonga's emote, if they can oh, we have our C now. Interesting. If they can implement more emotes and different cosmetics and stuff of that quality, then we're in for a good time. That's my take. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Regardless, I'm enjoying the Battle Pass grind as it is right now. This is Blair's flamethrower ability. Sick. And this is a frost boss. I think they are weak to the non-smiling Agonia. I think is weak to fire damage. Oh, I have 3 of those? No way. Dude, I can just put down 3 of those. And then I use my C to take them back. And then I can use my flamethrower. Oh, sick. Sick. Yeah, we like that. We like that. So Blair, as far as I can tell, has subliminal build potential. I mean, it's not subliminal. Their passive gives them crit rate. So Blair is going to be like the fire crit rate guy. Which is pretty sick. And given depending on what Colossus you're grinding, Frostwalker, I mean, Dead Bride is going to be so easy at this point. It's not going to matter. I love the co-op emotes in the game. Like someone just waiting for a high five. You can't leave them hanging. Yeah, Dead Bride is level 44. Very weak to fire. The next one I think is gonna be the Frostwalker. And you fight Dead Bride at level 106 again. I'm not in a rush to get to this. I'm honestly not in a rush. One of my least favorite aspects of the game is the idea of doing a Colossus fight for 10 minutes and then losing and not being given anything. That's one of my least. The Colossus are hard content walls in the game, and my strong advice is only go into the Colossus battles once you are really prepared, especially Colossus like the Pyromaniac at level 65, at which point Biolab is the highest level infiltration mission that you can do. Yeah, we have the Amorphous. Now, here's the thing. Blair is not the ideal Descendant against the Pyromaniac, right? For obvious reasons. Pyromaniac, fire. Blair, fire. It's very simple. But we are doing the Valby code grind, and we will continue. But for right now, I will be right back. All right, I'm back. So yeah, as for Pyromaniac, I mean, Viesa is the obvious choice, right? But I also want to level Blair. It is kind of that way. Like, you go into a Pyromaniac and then you see a person playing as Blair and you're like, what are they doing? Yeah, I could do a Mystery's End again. How much gold do we have? We are stacking gold now. Yeah, the loop for the Valby code is Mystery's End, Amorphous 36, Pyromaniac. But I'm wondering how I can... Maybe we just do a little bit of defense mission. We get a good amount of gold from this, and we get a chance at these amorphous materials. We'll do it. We'll grind out a defense, at least for like seven waves. As far as I can tell, Kingston defense mission is the best way to get your Descendant level increased. And I forgot to actually equip our... No, did I leave it? Oh my. I left it in our inventory. Should I just leave? No, we'll play it out. I don't wanna leave my teammates. We need the hamster wheel backpack. If you don't have a backpack on, it defaults to your launcher. So we have 2 ultimate bunnies on our team. We'll go 7 waves on this. Like, as far as the Kingston defense mission goes, I don't really recommend it for power leveling because there are other things you can do. But I think like 7 waves just so we can unlock our Z ability before we do other stuff. I think it's okay. I think it's okay. But admittedly, it's not the most exhilarating gameplay. And I called it early on that people are going to be Why is it recommending the Tonfa? Yeah, we just started using Blair, so I need to... actually equip mods. Yeah, do I have... We have Fire Specialist. Yeah, that's actually very good. And we have the mod slot for it. Yeah, as far as focusing on that, the thing is we have two bunnies. We have two ultimate bunnies that are just, like, doing all of the work. Our Ajax is full-blown AFK farming right now. Like, full-blown AFK farming. I called it early on. I'm like, people are going to AFK farm now. All right, sick. We got our Z ability. Nice. And then we can use use our C ability to pick them up. Sick. Blair is definitely a good farm character on defense missions. But no doubt, Bunny is the ultimate. Like, look at that ultimate Bunny. And our Ajax is... I called this, dude. I called this. I just straight up called it. Honestly, I kind of find that hilarious. If I'm... Oh, wait, someone left. One of our bunnies actually left. Or they dropped. All right, now we have something we actually need to do. Oh no! Oh no! Dude, we can just put a wall of fire down. They can't even get through our freaking wall of fire. One of our bunnies, oh, our Ajax is back now. One of our bunny teammates either disconnected or left. I assume they disconnected because they were hard farming. That's pretty funny, honestly. I knew people were gonna AFK farm this mission. Like, that's... kind of what it comes down to. Now, there's been a lot of discussion on the Discord in the community that I've seen where people are demanding that they implement, I mean, not demanding, but there's clear desire. How long do those last on the ground? And we got disconnected. So what I was saying before is there's clear desire. I don't think I'm going to do that Kingston defense again. Like, that's... I'd rather do the experiment, the Agna Desert experiment. Because then we at least get a chance at the drop that we actually want, right? Yeah, there's a backpack in the game, and I don't know how to get it. And it's bothering me. There's a backpack in the game that doesn't even show up here at all. It's like it's kind of like one of these it's like one of these messenger boxes here. Yes, while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to be equipping that. Switching to a new Descendant is definitely a process. Now, we're going to hold on to this for Sharon, for sure. But, and I noted it before, many a time, there are no presets for reactor and external component setups. What I'm talking about is like for the... Oh, maybe... Wait, what is this? Hold on. Oh, my. So, I'm glad that I caught myself before I was going to say this again, because I've said it in the past. There are no presets, but there are presets. There are 5. And then it's 150 caliber for another one. So, okay. As I'm still learning this game, the different UI options, like for instance, the go to info and the skill crit rate, which is crazy. Ours is 24.2 on Blair. We don't need to worry about switching these out anymore. Now, here's the thing, though. If I have a preset for Blair, let me just call this Blair. How did I not? Well, no. Let's. I'm not gonna poo-poo on myself. How did I not realize it? Only until now has it really become relevant. Because we're gonna need to jump back and forth between the Descendants depending on what I'm going for. Interesting. So it shows you the setting. You can have different settings for your module setup. But I don't... So that's so confusing, though. Because if you have presets, then why would you have different... Why would you need different settings? So you can have... Oh, so you can have presets of the same Descendant with their different setting. Indeed. So we just learned a massive thing. Now, as for how we're actually going to use this, depending on what Descendant you're using and what Descendant you're leveling, this doesn't seem completely necessary until you reach level 100. We're only now just starting to reach the point where we need to actually consider this thing, right? Because the reason why I'm thinking about this is I want to be able to jump back and forth between Blair, Bunny, and Viesa. But then that makes me wonder, this is what I need to check out. Hold on. Let me switch over to Viesa. Let me use this frozen mechanics reactor. Let me set this as a preset, right? VSA. And then let me go back here. Let me put these in my inventory. Right? So now I don't have that in my inventory. I don't have the reactor in my inventory. But say, oh, I want to switch back over to Blair. Okay, cool. How do I wait? Oh, look, it's set. It gives you an inventory icon. Apply preset. So what does it do with the other one? Oh, it puts it in our inventory. Okay, that's very interesting. So as far as having a preset between Blair, Viesa, Bunny, we're still gonna need to hold on to all of the other stuff for them. The only thing, this is what I was wondering, can we cycle presets from our storage? And you can't. You can't, right? I put this frozen mechanics reactor in my storage. I walk away from my storage and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna do the pyromaniac. Let me quickly switch over to Viesa. I press F. It will get it from our storage, but then what it does is it puts Blair's reactor in our inventory, right? So that confirms that, yes, if we want to switch between presets, we need to have all of it in our inventory anyway. The only thing the presets make easier is switching out your reactors, right? And that's very, very important to recognize because our storage bag and our inventory bag are separate, 98 and 98. This is where the end game, right? Swapping out certain weapons, certain external components and reactors becomes very relevant. Your bag size becomes very relevant. And I'm going to call it right now. The reason why, like, if we're being, if we're going to speculate, I mean, you don't need to speculate to realize that you're going to run out of bag space if you want to build in a preset for every character, right? Because already I'm starting to hit that area where I'm like, yeah, this Millennium Frost is like, this would be amazing on Bunny, no doubt. So that's it. As far as getting fire attack on Blair, I don't have anything with fire attack. And in order to get more drops, we would have to do hard mode. So I'm glad I got that out of the way. There is indeed, I said it before, there's no way to save your external components and stuff. There is. There is. And I haven't actually clicked this preset button since I started playing in the first 80 hours because it hasn't been necessary until now. But yes, that does exist. As far as this leveling Blair goes, I'm gonna do the... We're not gonna do the Kingston defense mission anymore. The neutralize void experiment. Yeah. At the Agna Desert. For a chance at Amorphous 32. We get gold, we get amorphous patterns, so on and so forth. Now, here comes another question. Do we actually want to invest Kuiper shards in Blair if we're not going to be... I mean, it depends. It depends. We have to really think about whether we're going to invest our energy activator. It really depends. Again, my whole take on the second energy activator they give you, like, I don't want to say it too often because I don't want the devs to think that they need to change it. But the fact that I get a second energy activator, it's going to just make me hold on to it, right? Because eventually we're going to get Valby, eventually we're going to get Enzo, eventually we're going to unlock other Descendants. And we're going to unlock other Descendants, but we're not going to unlock another energy activator. But yeah, doing this mission is okay. It did feel a little bit poo brain, and I'm glad I caught myself before I said it again. There is a way to save presets for Descendants, which includes external components, reactor, even you can save presets, different presets based on the settings you have, the module setup you have in each Descendant. But that's really entering the end game. As you're leveling, as you're trying out the first 3 easier to get Descendants, your first Descendant, Bunny, Freyna, it's not really necessary to worry about presets. And as far as my opinion goes on it, until level 100, you're going to be out-leveling all your stuff. Don't worry about using phase exchangers. Just don't worry about it. If you're not using a phase... unless you need to get past, like, Pyromaniac or something. Level 65 is a particular sticky point in the leveling process. That's, like, one of the only places that I would recommend using a phase exchanger. But beyond that... save your my recommendation is to save your phase exchangers for level 100, because that is where you're going to want to be bringing up certain weapons to level 100. Like, for instance, this Eternal Willpower, I used my phase exchangers on to get to level 100. And it turned out to be a really, really good idea. And I'm going to be at level 100 for a while. So... that's it. We're chilling. Now, I still need to do Hanged Man. We still need to do the Colossus battle. And I honestly, I don't want to say I'm not looking forward to it. It's okay. But it's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult. No doubt. And if we get matched up with people that don't know what they're doing, it's going to be not possible. But yeah, the primary goal of this is to get... if we get this Amorphous, it's great. If we don't, we get the gold, which is also okay. And we're also leveling Blair. But ideally, we would get the drop. Now, doing this just for the drop, I don't think it's worth it. But again, you're always going to need gold anyway. And this mission is a core aspect of potentially unlocking Valby. So this mission is worthwhile. This Agna Desert Void Experiment mission is definitely worthwhile. For the reasons I listed. Like, if I do this a bunch of times, I'm not gonna stress about it. But we really should do some hard mode. I mean, I'm oh my. Yeah, that sucked a lot. Oh, it canceled it. No. Oh, it did do it. It did do it. I started using my ultimate and I got downed halfway through the animation and it still used it. We did get our battle pass season increased. Yeah, the fine adjustment control axis, matte light black. High-powered rounds. How have we not cleared 4 missions? Oh, missions. Yes, yes, yes. I don't think the intercept... So the intercept and the infiltration operations, I don't think count. I do think this counts, though. We'll see. We'll see. Dude, having our abilities... Oh my, get me out of here. Getting silenced is so rough. Yeah, I really don't mind Blair's playstyle. Feels pretty similar to Reyna's, if I'm being honest. Aside from their ultimate. Reyna's ultimate is a toxic machine gun. Blair's ultimate is a giant fireball. And obviously they're different in the sense that Blair creates the flame zones, which they then pick up to regen MP. That AoE is insane. That AoE is actually good. Our flamethrower ability is actually good. Yeah, burn taste. No, going to 20 is not worth it. As far as I can tell, getting the first roll on... I've done this mission like 5 times now. We haven't gotten a single amorphous to drop on a 30% drop chance. So just putting that out there. The primary goal of doing that is not to get the amorphous. Yes. So if we jump back between Blair and Viessa, right? So like we use Blair to do Mystery's End, and then we use Viessa to do Pyromaniac. That is like a perfect example of why you would use a preset, right? Like, oh, we want to do Pyromaniac with Viessa, jump over to Viessa. Because I've switched between Descendants like a couple of times before, and I've forgotten to swap out the reactors. This makes it much easier to do that. Now, as for VS's build, none of this is what we want. This equip recommended module is jank. The fact that it doesn't recommend using kicking is just an example of that. Yeah, we want Chill Master. Glacial Cloud is very good. I'm gonna set Viesa up for Prime Pyromaniac. I don't know if we care about duration on Viesa. Definitely care about that. Iron defense is very good. I could put more points into Technician and Chill Master. Chill Master primarily. Like, it is no doubt that Chill Master is good on Viesa. No doubt. Yeah, let's put two or three more points in Chill Master. Jumping between Blair and Viesa is actually... It's the first taste of the beginning of the hard mode grind. The first time I've done it. Yeah, massive. Now, as for everything else, yeah, improved drive shaft. It's like, if you didn't think this game had enough RNG, here's some more RNG for you. When rolling, firearm attack plus 8% for 5 seconds at a 15% chance. So it's like, every time you roll, you're actually rolling the dice on whether you get bonus firearm attack. I don't like that at all, personally. Nimble Fingers is a good bread and butter. Yes, Agony is a very good bread and butter. Let's go with time distribution, right? Yeah. Time distribution. This is actually a good setup for Viesa. Now, as for all of these weapons, they are pretty much geared towards Pyromaniac. I could use this instead, though. That chill attack roll. Yeah, but it doesn't have a... I don't know. We can use Sigvor's. As far as re-rolling level 100 drops goes, I'm not going to do it. So, as far as I understand the preset setup, we'll re-roll stuff depending on the situation. But primarily, I'd much rather do the hard mode infiltration missions to get fresh level 100 dropped, right? Rather than getting sucked into the reroll system, right? But for right now, let's use Viesa on the Pyromaniac, because that's gonna feel pretty good. And we have the Amorphous 36 going into it. And we're gonna need to do Pyromaniac for other things. Like, we want Ultimate Viesa code, 3% drop. We're gonna need a really good Pyromaniac build that I can just hop on, slam the Pyromaniac, and then go and do something else. But the Pyromaniac, even at level 100, is still not something that you can just get out of the way. Like, you still need to do it, you know? And that's awesome. I love jumping between Pyromaniac and... Oh my, that's bad. Oh my. Oh my. I could not see their animation at all. I need health drop. Give me a health drop. Dude, why am I getting slammed? I really think that keeping distance between Pyromaniac is the thing that you need to do. My teammates got slammed right in the beginning. Yeah, I don't think that Valby actually knows how to do this boss, which is fine. Oh my, I'm gonna go down now. We're gonna get max death count on this. I say that because the Valby went down when the Pyromaniac jumped. Which you kind of learn to dodge like the second or third time you do Pyromaniac. But yes, we're about to lose if they don't get brought up. What? How did they not get up? How did they not get up? Dude, we're so fried right now. Dude, get me out of here. Get me away from the Pyromaniac. It was going so well until everything started going wrong. This is what I'm talking about. Like, no guarantee. We're level 100. of our teammates. What? Dude, all of our teammates are down. Dude, all of our teammates are down. Dude, it wasn't just me. Like, I've done the pyromaniac. I've done the pyromaniac many times. There was something... There was something going on with that, with one of our teammates. Like, no doubt. No doubt. Thankfully, you don't lose your amorphous material if you fail. Now, there was a hint. There was a hint. After, I think it was like the crossplay beta. I don't know if it was the developers or people were just talking about it. But there was speculation that they would add a key system to the Void Intercept battle. Meaning, like, you would need to go and farm a key in order to do the Void Intercept battle in order to open the amorphous material. And thankfully, they didn't do that, because it would be brutal. I don't mind what just happened. Like, I don't mind. Honestly, it makes it more interesting. But yeah. Land. Dude, what are they? I think that's the vestigial organ they're using. Pretty sure that's the vestigial organ, which has like an absurd amount of rounds that you can fire all at once. Yeah, see? That's the vestigial organ, yep. That's hilarious. Is that? No, it doesn't. You need to hit them on the back. See if we can get snipes off. No way, man. That was above my head. Like, how did we get hit with that when it was above us? We need, what we need is, ability range on VSA to make our blizzard massive. Because honestly, when we get our blizzard off and the pyromaniac is standing in it, I notice that health bar getting slapped. I do notice that. We're gonna get like 100 of those. Let's see how many we have. Dude, that, like, I will say the see that backpack right there? See this? The bunny messenger robot backpack? Like, how do you get that backpack? See, are they playing on, what are they playing on? They're playing on PlayStation. They're playing on PlayStation as well. I think those backpacks are a PlayStation exclusive. Let me look it up, because I've wondered about that several times. Exclusive backpack. Let's see if it actually is the case. Yes. So the first Descendant PlayStation Plus pack. So you need PlayStation Plus in order to get the pink storage box is what it's called. It's the PlayStation Plus Play Pack. And yes, that backpack is by far the coolest exclusive thing. Regardless, now that I know that it's a PlayStation Plus exclusive, I don't need to think about it anymore. We're good. I just wanted to make sure that I couldn't get it. That's pretty much it. If there was some way to get it, I wanted to find out how to get it. There is no way to get it unless you have PlayStation Plus, which I do not have, and I will not be getting. So I'm not going to worry about it. We're good. So now I can easily switch back to Blair, and boom, we have our module. Now you can go even further with this, right? With all of the external components, depending on what you want to use, right? But obviously with Blair, we're going to want to lean towards using fire attack weapons. And I don't have any right now. As for all of these weapons, these weapons that I've had in my inventory for a while, they're going to go in our storage for now. We're going to hold on to the reactor, because as far as switching to our VESA preset, that is going to be a part of it. Now, I'm wondering if I do hard mode, I want to check, I want to double check these hard mode drops. There was another thing I wanted to check while I'm thinking about it. Is there another way to get the Valby code? Yes, the Void Fusion Reactor Rockfall Zone in the Sterile Land. So we can go there every 5 minutes. But I'm pretty sure for the Void Fusion Reactor, let's check. Sterile Land. Hold on. I should be able to just click it, right? See, the easiest thing for me is we go Mystery's End, Pyromaniac, right? Back and forth. Here it is. Okay. This Rockfall Zone has a chance to drop that Amorphous, which then has a chance to drop the Valby code. So the easiest way to guarantee that is we spawn here, go do that, 5-minute cooldown, go and do something else, come back to it, do it again. And as far as like grinding for a specific drop goes, like for instance, Valby code, because it's the last thing we need for Valby. As far as that goes, I'm going the wrong way. I'm probably just gonna focus one thing at a time, like I did with Blair, because yes, although, you know, we could do multiple things at the same time and like cycle them out, it's gonna be okay. Like, doing this takes, the thing that takes the longest about doing this is getting to it. And we did get the Valby code drop. This was a 20% chance. And where do we open this now? That's the question. So as a part of the loop, I think, so I can go here, here. Yeah, see, we have 3 Freyna codes. Here, amorphous material, this one, 6. And then linked reconstructed device. So here, we open it. Hold on. Void fusion reactor, right? This thing. And this thing requires the void shards. So this is a part of the potential cycle if I begin to understand it. Yes. Which honestly is kind of why I'm learning to do this, because yeah, insufficient void shards. And as for getting void fragments, here it shows these are red because they're electric, but it shows, oh, interesting. Wait, why does it show those as red? I thought they were showing red because we're playing as Blair and we don't have electric, but it's showing yellow as chill. This one here is fire, so we can go and do that with Blair. So this is another angle, would you say? I would put it that way. It's another angle to kind of get the same thing. It involves more open world like exploration. So for this, we need to do fire damage to it. And then we clear the enemies. Multiple waves. Yes, run through my fire. For some reason, they didn't get hit there. Yeah, Blair's Q ability, Blair feels like a decent farm Descendant. Like, look at that. Just boom, flamethrower to the face, done. thing about farming lower level enemies is that it's not about doing a lot of damage to one enemy. It's about doing a little bit of damage to a lot of enemies. And if I could just put down flame zones, see. Yeah, we're good now, right? That is the cycle, right? And yes, we only get one. That is this is why I'm like, okay, we're just gonna do Mystery's End, and we're gonna get the Amorphous Pyromaniac 15%. The reason I'm laughing is because you get one. This requires 12. And the red means that it's on cooldown. That, what we just did is Void Shard grind. I don't know. As far as like grinding goes, I would much prefer. This is okay for a very short amount of time. For a very short amount of time. But I will say, doing this with multiple players would be easier. First off, like your grind time is gonna be much faster. How did they not get hit? And I don't know, like, if you get one Void Shard, like, are we gonna have to do this 12 times in order to get one? You know what I mean? I don't know. That's seeming pretty crazy. Like, now, the benefit is that the Amorphous that we got to drop unlocks the potential for a lot of other stuff as well. Crammy, welcome back. Yes, you only get one. You only get one. Nobody's gonna, who's gonna do this? I'd rather do Mystery's End. At least you do Mystery's End Pyromaniac 15% chance. Right? This, you have a 20% drop chance on the Amorphous, which we got lucky with. But if you don't, you just don't get the Amorphous. And then you have a 38% chance on the Amorphous cracking. What? Did that consume our Amorphous? What happened? Oh, there's this up here. Yeah, this is how we got Freyna. Oh, we have two of these. So, hold on. How many Void Shards did I have? Does it only consume one? Because I did not have more than... It said it costs like 12. 12 required. I finally started leveling Bunny. I don't like the play style she has. Yeah, the play style is very different. Bunny's play style is definitely not... yeah. So I don't understand. I don't think I had that many. But if we're only getting one void shard every time we do this mission over here, that back and forth doesn't seem completely worth it. Because if I have to do this 12 times in order to get one chance at a roll after picking up that amorphous at only a 20% chance while doing that defense mission, I'd rather just do Mystery's End, honestly. And then also incorporate something else, right? And yeah, this is like hard, eliminate Vulgus. We need to kill all the enemies. No way to speedrun this. You have a chance to get more than one void shard a run. Okay. That's good to know. Because if you just get one and you have to do this 12 times, that is very bad. But if you even have a slight chance to get more than one, that reduces the amount of times you need to do it. But yeah, honestly, just as far as the gameplay goes, I'd much rather do Mystery's End. Yeah, the Void Shard... Yeah, so we have 2 and 3 and 4. But yeah, to do... So... Let me check. Unknown, welcome. I don't know... Man, I think this guy needs to rework the way he uses the skills. Are you talking about Blair? Thunder Cage is definitely the best mobbing weapon. Absolutely, yeah. I already have the proficiency of the Thunder Cage at 40. So I'm using the Eternal Willpower primarily. Yes. So confirmed, yes. You need 12 monomer, 3 polymer. 12 of these, 3 of these. And by doing this 3 times each time, we only got 1. So, yeah. I'm gonna go and do Mystery's End. Yeah, Blair. The flame zones, the Q ability being like a ground AoE around him is very difficult to use. You need to get really close to the enemies or bait them out. The way that I see Blair being the most useful is in defense missions, where enemies are gonna run through Blair's flame zones as they move towards the objective, the defense spot, right? So with Mystery's End, you guarantee that you get this drop. But a 15% drop is very different than a 38% drop. So it's just a different way of going about it. The thing that there must be a better way to get void shards than the way I was just doing it. And unfortunately, we get a taste of that through the main quest. They bring you through that, and it's probably going to be Bunny because of their lightning emission, and you're just going to go back and forth between like 2 void shard locations with their lightning emission, right? That's probably going to be it. Like, I'm just thinking of the structure of that mission that we just did. But yeah, it would be nice if Blair had like something that actually moved, right? All of their abilities feel very static. Like, you put the flame zones on the ground, cool, great. You know what would be really cool? If the flame zones like followed enemies around. It just like it. Yeah. I know what you mean in terms of like needing a rework. Their abilities feel very static. That's at least my take. I am going to be using Blair. We are going to level Blair the same way we leveled Sharon. But as for like using my second energy activator, it's not gonna, I don't think it's gonna go to Sharon or Blair. Sharon is definitely a fun playstyle. More difficult, for sure. But I'm still leaning towards Viessa. And that's who I'm leaning towards, yeah. I'm leaning towards Viessa for our second, using our second energy activator. Viessa is probably my next, yeah. So there are multiple. Freyna is very close. Freyna is very, very close. It's a really close decision between Freyna and Viessa. That's what I'm trying to say. And I used my first energy activator on Bunny almost immediately. It is going to come down to, yes, we've power leveled, or we've leveled Blair, we've leveled Sharon, we've leveled Valby. We're going to end up going back to Bunny, and we're going to hard grind whatever comes next after that. Those are just the facts. Blair definitely doesn't feel bad, though. I will say that. Just very static, you know? Like, it would be awesome if their flame zones followed enemies or something. Like, for instance, Freyna's ability, I think it's like Putrid Venom. I can't remember what it's called. One of her abilities creates a puddle of toxic venom. And whenever enemies step in it, they track it with them. That explosion over and over again is the vestigial organ. And we should go about finding a vestigial organ. Yeah. If they're gonna go for it, then I'm gonna go over here. This is how you speedrun this mission. If one teammate goes for that thing, and you go over here, and then you can progress this pretty much immediately. Yeah, just like that. 3 catalysts into Bunny? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Bunny, like, if you're not hardcore, if you're wanting to maximize, how can I phrase this properly? In my opinion, in my experience, Bunny is the one that is going to make it easier to get a lot of the other stuff in the game. And if you are wanting to maximize your farm grind, then Bunny is the one that is the Descendant that's the most accessible early on in order to achieve that. That is what I was trying to say. And I worded that very carefully. Now, if you really like another Descendant, then you can definitely use your energy activator on another Descendant. I personally used mine on Bunny simply because Bunny's lightning emission ability is ridiculously good in terms of farmability. It's a giant AoE of zap that follows them wherever they go. Like, I don't know how you're gonna beat that. I don't know how you're gonna beat that. Yeah, see, we got a code analyzer drop. No idea. No idea. Like, is that just like that? You know what I mean? You don't find these; they find you. That's what. Bunny is the farming character for sure. I use Glade for bossing. I also have Enzo, Kyle, Valby, Lepic, and Shared. Nice. Yeah, all of the Descendants have a different, seemingly quite different play style. Enzo is gonna be the one that we're grinding for after Valby, for sure. Yeah, that was Mystery's End. And now we can switch to Viessa. Now we can switch to Viessa. And we do Pyromania. Which which gives us a 15% chance on Valby code. Now, I'm going to spend some time after this Pyromaniac run checking to see if there's a... I've seen a couple people find really good routes for Void Shard grind. But I have to say, Void Shard grind is not enticing enough. Because the idea of what we did with Blair earlier, requiring doing that 3 times and only getting one of each time is not enticing, because you need 12 of those. That's kind of like the extra thing on the side that we can do if we really get sick of Mystery's End and Pyromaniac. Enzo gets my Kuiper. I make almost 1 mil an hour. That sounds like you are deep into the end game, yes. I know that Enzo has an effect on... I'm pretty sure Enzo has an effect on the Volt minigame or something, right? Oh my. Yeah, keeping some distance. When dealing with the Pyromaniac is a decent idea. Some of their abilities are limited by range. Oh, that animation is just so insanely difficult. I know if I get... There we go. I know if I get enough hits off with the Silly Weeper on that back attachment, it does do a lot of damage. Dude, stop, man. That flamethrower has a ridiculous range. I'm still getting aggroed right now. It's his passive to the lock boxes on ultimate code breakers. Okay. Yes, that is the end game grind. After we get Enzo and we're trying to open vaults, then we know we're deep into the end game. I cannot aim down any more than this. It is pretty funny though, getting them. I'm dead. No ways. No ways. Get me out of here. They died. Yeah, VS's abilities slam on the Pyromaniac. I still don't know if I'm going to use my energy activator on VS though. It's really going to depend. Yeah, we're going to have 100 Divine Punishment nanotube blueprints. Good times. I don't mind that gameplay loop. I really, really don't. As far as the Pyromaniac goes, mechanically, it's pretty enjoyable. Like, I actually like fighting the Pyromaniac. The Pyromaniac was the first Colossus that I fought that was really concerning. I'm like, genuinely wondering whether I'll be able to beat him. I think we do... What happens if I do Mystery's End on hard? I wanted to check this. So I know I checked that Void Shard stuff. We know how to grind Void Shards. And if we're going to grind Void Shards, it's going to be with money. It's going to be, we're going to go for the electric Void Shards. And yes. Cool spray. Ghost in the Machine spray. And we got the Assassin title for max leveling Sharon. Yes, while I'm still thinking about it. Yes, so that is it, pretty much, right? We have the 32, the 36, and then Void Shard grind. As far as this goes, this is also what we've been doing, the neutralize the void experiment. But the thing with this is it's only a 30% drop to begin with. And we've done this like 4 or 5 times and we haven't gotten the Amorphous a single time. So we don't even get a chance to roll the 38% at all. Zero. So it's a 0% chance. Much less worthwhile doing than the 15%. Because at least once we finish fighting the Pyromaniac, we get a 15% chance, right? I'll still do this though because of the gold drop. But yeah, as for finding like a good place to do Void Shard grind, like I don't know. I would have to like take the time to check these. This one's electric. Fire. Electric. So these two are electric. You could probably, with Bunny, jump back and forth between these, solo them, and get a lot of Void Shards. That is going to be a part of the... grind. These would be okay for Freyna in the swamp. And this one's right next to a spawn point. Both of these are very close to the spawn points. Interesting. We also need to use Freyna, by the way. I'm just thinking about what we can do differently for a little while. hard mode in Kingston. Okay, we can do that. And then Venom Trauma with Freyna. These are going to be easy to do, but I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Yeah, definitely gonna focus getting the weeklies done. So I'm gonna create another preset for Freyna. Such that we have Freyna equipped with a toxic reactor, which we don't actually have a good toxic reactor for Freyna. So we're gonna have to use what we should do is probably run a, I don't know if it's gonna be a good idea. We could either level Blair or we can get the weekly done with Freyna. It's gonna depend. Nice. Maximize conservation is just all around pretty good. Particularly good on Bunny. Probably the best mod on Bunny, actually. Which is why I have it maxed out. So we need to do a hard... It said we need to do a hard mission at Kingston. So if I go into hard mode, public, and then we just go and do this thing, be good. Maybe. Go in, do a hard mission, use a bunch of Freyna's abilities, and we should be good. And if I drop in on teammates, it makes it even easier. Yeah, as for getting level 100 drop by doing this, we are in essence getting rerolls on gear while simultaneously getting more liquid metal and everything else. What ability? We need to use Venom Trauma, right? Yeah, that's just their Q ability. We're good. Yeah, we should be able to get this weekly done pretty easily, actually. What? What was I trying to check? Yeah, I wanted to check the challenges to see. Yes, we are making progress on that. Oh, we need to defeat enemies with it. Oh, okay. As far as defeating enemies, I thought it was 500 damage, which I'm like, yeah, that's gonna be easy. That's gonna be a different story. We could do that, but I don't want to. So why did that not count? Clear a mission on hard mode in Kingston. Oh, we need to do 10 of them. That's why. Okay. They're doing another mission over here. I think it must be this one. I don't know, but if we find one enemy, then we should just be able to kill them by, we should be able to join them by killing one. Yeah, there we go. I think, so, as far as doing these goes, it does progress the weekly quests. That's what I'm trying to say. But as for defeating enemies with our Q, we're not going to be able to do that. Yeah. This ultimate bunny is showing exactly why. Exactly why ultimate bunny is the ultra farm. No doubt. Interesting. We'll have to take a look at those. Man, these missions are dropping a lot of ultimate reactors. I don't know if there's something to this, but there may be something to this. I can't actually get any kills though because the ultimate bunny just kills them immediately. Definitely feels like we're leeching a little bit, but as far as getting our weeklies done goes, we're getting our weeklies done. That's our main goal right now. Yeah, as for killing enemies with venom trauma, that's not gonna happen. We're gonna have to do like Kingston defense mission or something. Which is not what I'm actually gonna do. I'd much rather do the void experiment. Yeah, I think this person is just straight up drop farming. Like flat out drop farming, which is kind of crazy to see. The game came out, what, 2 weeks ago? It's the 13th? Less than 2 weeks ago. It's kind of crazy. As far as like hard drop farming goes, I didn't expect to see that. Well, we have to remember we're on hard mode, right? So all of these drops are level 100. Level 100 is a significant milestone. And clearly there's something going on with the drops because it feels like we're getting a lot of drops. I don't know if that's actually... Yeah, I don't know. We've gotten so many tingling... Like, look at this. You see what I mean? Like... They might have, like, a drop rate increase modifier or something. I need to do 4 more of these. We're getting carried right now. We're leeching off of this ultimate bunny player's loot farm. I honestly wonder if people are gonna bot farm. It may happen. They did make a post about players I can't remember what the title was, but yes. A crackdown on certain concerning behaviors. That I think it was something like that. Like people trolling or botting or whatever. But yeah, this is flat out drop farming. I wouldn't be here unless we had to do the weeklies. Yeah, we need to use impact and high power. This is progressing that. We're at 6 of 10 now. We're gonna need to find a way to use our ability. Because they just get insta-zapped by... Yeah, we're gonna need to solo something. Yeah, aren't these impact rounds? Yeah, the Silly Weeper is impact round. So, as for our daily, we need to... I think we'll do the, after we get 10 of these done... This is a part of the weekly. So we have 5 days, technically, to get these done. But this is like, this person who's playing as Ultimate Bunny is hard drop farming. The fact that we found so many tingling phase reactors is it's pretty obvious, right? Like, this is dropping ultimate tingling phase reactors at level 100, and if you can roll them over and over again by doing this mission, yeah, see, that was just 2 of them. I don't know how long this mission takes. We'll find out in a second. $343. That's actually not that bad. This is clearly clearly a tingling phase reactor farm location. If they're all doing it, then I'm probably gonna join, because we still need to do this. If everyone on this map is doing this mission, then we need to get our weekly done anyway. But as for the ultimate bunny killing all of the enemies over and over again, it's like there's nothing for me to do. We're gonna run out of inventory space is what's gonna happen. Let me check. We need to do this 3 more times. But am I gonna sit here doing this 3 more times? Like, probably not, man. Like, it is getting to that. It's a weekly quest, you know? It's a weekly challenge. I need to get back to the Valby grind. I desperately need to get back to the Valby grind. This is clearly an ultimate tingling phase reactor drop grind. No doubt in my mind. But yes, this will be the last time I run this, because it's a little ridiculous to be rolling these over and over again. Like, our entire inventory is just gonna be ultimate tingling phase reactors. And not only is it ultimate tingling phase reactor, they're almost all electric dimension, which for Bunny isn't actually helpful. Yeah, these are all electric dimension. Yeah, I have no idea. If you're trying to find a really good reactor for Bunny, you need to be rolling reactors that have electric singular. I feel like doing this with Blair would be pretty good too, to level up Blair. I did come in here with Freyna thinking that we would be able to finish our weekly, but wait, can I just change preset like right now? Yeah, you can only change you can't change Descendant in the middle of a mission. Yeah, that's the whole mission right there. We're good. We're good for now. Let's go back to Albion. That is That person is running that mission over and over again in order to get those reactor drops. But I'm gonna say that that grind to get those reactor drops seems like it's worthwhile, because when you dismantle the reactors, even if it's not necessarily the role that you're looking for, if you just get an absurd amount of reactors, yeah, we didn't get a single toxic reactor either. Oh my. That's clearly some weird drop farm. Now, here's the thing. Dimension, I think, is that going to be good on Sharon? Yeah, for shock nuts and active camouflage. But really what you want is fusion, right? Electric fusion, not electric dimension. Yeah, I don't know. I think we're going to end up dismantling most of these. That's actually not bad. We're gonna have to look through these, and we're just gonna look through the attributes pretty much. Like, that has 2 ultimate roles, both of which are actually decent. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just heart the ones that are actually good. Everything else is going to get dismantled because I don't need this many. Yeah, I think that's the best one. Because that has dimension skill on it. And then the skill critical rate, sure. I don't know what else I would be looking for. Wait, what? I'm very confused. Oh, because this has toxic skill power boost ratio. That's why. Yeah. We don't care. Yeah. This is chill and tech. This could be good on Viesa. With the sub attack power. Yeah, I can't look through. Like, seriously, as far as these go, I think these are all done. If I don't see... Yeah, we're good. Dismantle. And then as far as all of these go, I think I have to manually junk them. So yes, the better way to go about it is to, as you're looking at them, this I might hold on to, especially because we're getting close to getting the smithereens, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I feel like we just got a taste of end game farm grind, and yeah, this is, it doesn't have as much defense. Oh, that defense roll that we got is just so, how do you even... beat that. 2600 defense roll. And we already determined that like shield is worthless, right? Yeah, looking through an entire screen of ultimate drops. Yeah. Yeah. We still need a toxic reactor for Freyna. As to where I'm gonna find one, we need to still do hard missions. Here, toxic mechanics reactor here. Yeah, we can do any of these. I think I'm gonna go and do this one. As for soloing these with Freyna, we're gonna find out. Yeah, this drops the toxic reactor. So I think that's going to be the hardest weekly, is eliminating enemies with our Q ability. That's going to be like a thing in itself. Yeah, it like doesn't do much damage. We're gonna have to do a low level mission, some sort of low level mission that will make it so our Q ability like kills enemies immediately, right? Why did their body just go flying? Hey, look, another ultimate tingling phase reactor. Let's check what type it was. Electric Dimension. How many Electric Dimension ultimate tingling phase reactors do I need? That's just hardcore. That's like a hardcore grind farming a specific drop. Pretty much so you can just dismantle all of them. Yeah, we got a toxic reactor. Oh, nice. Yeah, but it has fusion. But it's okay. We'll use it. Fine. It's gonna be better than this thing, regardless. Toxic tech is good on Freyna. So let's use that. Yeah, unfortunately, it's a max shield roll. The module drop rate is tempting. Item acquisition is one of the worst rolls that you can get. So both of these are not as good. And yes, I realize that it's level 100 and ours is 81. But look at that max HP roll. Good luck finding that. I'm not letting go of that. Yeah, we need to go back to in order to get kills with our Q ability, we're gonna have to do some lower level stuff. Thankfully, we can go and do the gold Valby grind. We do the grind within the grind. Yeah, as for all of these 100 drops, I'm going to take a good look at them before I junk them. Right? Right. That has chill attack and firearm attack, but the Young Nobles is so bad. It's just, oh my god, man. Getting the proficiency up on that, we'll hold on to that. I don't like it, though. Ooh, decent. Chill attack and attack versus Colossus for the Pyromaniac. This has fire attack. This might be okay. The firearm attack and the fire attack. Let's check the other ones though. This has Colossus and chill. How does this... Oh, because it has the firearm attack. Yeah, I don't want to use the Young Nobles against the... against the Pyromaniac. Just don't want to do it. I think these are okay. Yeah, when I look at these, if they don't look good, I'm just going to junk. As for the ultimate reactor drops in the game, like, they, in my mind, have become much less rare. And more of, like, an annoying thing that we need to look through over and over. The skill cost on that's not bad. I don't know who uses non-attribute in tech. What does Valby use? If we're gonna unlock Valby next, Valby is non-attribute dimension and fusion. I'll try to keep that in mind. Yeah, Blair is fire dimension. I keep finding fire fusion. I think we're pretty good to run the neutralize void experiment again. Getting kills, getting 500 kills with Brayna's Q. Yeah. See, I thought it was like 500 damage. We do have 5 days though. It is a weekly, right? We need to clear one more of those. Yeah, the Venom trauma. $4 days though. And that, of course, is the one that gives the extra 5 supply coins. Yeah. The very Descendant specific one that requires us to use a very specific ability to kill a ton of enemies. Yeah. But yes, this is, so we're getting into the deep grind, right? Like between Valby, the battle pass, gold, and like leveling proficiency, we are entering the deep grind where we're rolling with it. Like, I don't care whether I get the Valby drop or not, right? Like, I'm trying to just get my battle pass grind done. That's gonna be difficult though. If you look even on this difficulty level, Brayna's Q ability does not do that much damage. Like, good luck getting a kill with that. There's one. There is one. That grind is gonna be like Kingston defense mission grind. That's gonna be tough. There are 4 days to complete it. Battle Pass grind is one of the ultra grinds for sure. We are 46 on the Battle Pass. There are 96 levels. We have this weekly challenge. We can definitely get this done. The 5 supply coins. How many supply coins do I even have? 30. $30 supply coins, and if we're being like very conservative, with maybe even slightly pessimistic expectations, as long as I can get 100 supply coins, I think we'll be okay. Because as far as the stuff on the supply shop goes, I think as long as we can get our starter Descendants cosmetics, I think we're okay. Ideally, we would get... They spawned right in front of us. Ideally, we would get all of the available supply coins every single week. I need to use impact rounds as well. Impact rounds for our daily, which we can definitely get here. As for using Reina's Q ability to get kills, that is most likely not going to happen here. Maybe some of the smaller enemies, but not the not any type of bigger enemy. But yeah, I think so. Our daily is the impact rounds, right? No, high power rounds. Oh, and impact rounds. Okay. Yeah, and outposts are easy to clear. We can go and do another one. I should be trying to use my Q on the mat soldiers, but when I get my abilities silenced by enemies, it makes it impossible. Between the lack of damage, the fact that our friendlies are killing the enemies faster than we can even get our ability off, it's very difficult to get that Q off to kill an enemy. Definitely adds to the challenge. I like that about dailies and weekly challenges. Like, they should be challenges. They definitely add more depth to the gameplay, because it requires me to think about what I'm using and all that. So ugh. Nah, we're gonna have to do the Kingston defense mission to just to get that done. We're doing we're getting our daily done. Nah, dude, I'm fried. We're fried. The enemies beyond wave 7 start getting much more difficult. We might be able to survive. But the hardest thing about this mission are the shield bearers, for sure. The shield bearers, if you're not careful, will just soak up all of the damage you do. Yeah, you should prioritize the modified enemies first. The Storm Warriors are extremely dangerous. And they just do like a constant rain of damage. But this is a part of the hard grind. Like, we knew that eventually we would get to a point where we were doing like a multi-level RNG drop grind, and Valby is where you get the first solid taste of it, right? There are 3 ways to get Valby code, and only one of them kind of like guarantees a chance at getting it to drop. The way you get it to guarantee a drop chance is by doing Mystery's End, getting the Amorphous, and then doing Pyromaniac at a 15% chance. That's it. 15% chance. You do an infiltration mission and a Void Intercept battle. 15% chance. This mission I've done quite a few times. I have not gotten the Amorphous to drop a single time, even though it's a 30% chance. So as far as doing this goes, we do this for certain things before we worry about the Amorphous drop. We're not doing this just for the Amorphous drop. We're doing that experiment mission for the gold, for our dailies and weeklies, and for the character, for the weapon proficiency, before we're doing it for the Amorphous, primarily the gold. You don't get weapon drops on that either. That's actually kind of crazy. That mission we just did is primarily the gold grind. This neutralized void experiment. Yes. Aside from that, we have the Mystery's End, which is the 15%, which we bring to the Pyromaniac, and we crack it open. And then after that, what emote did I get? Oh, the Sharon spray. I don't like the meditate emote. Because your character sits down and then they just get back up. It's not like the emotes that make you do a constant pose are the most valuable. For sure. I think we got a paint color. Yeah. Gotta clear all the red dots on our screen. Dried up. Dried up asylum seeker. Should we just go with like the longest one we can possibly find? I think that's it. Groundbreaking. Groundbreaking teaching assistant. I don't know if they gave everyone the title Groundbreaking Explorer, but I'm just gonna keep that. I honestly, as far as the titles go, it's kind of, you know, it's okay in terms of like, oh, cool, you got this new word you can put under your name. It's like, it's not so great. I'm just glad that they didn't like make it a battle pass reward or something. Like, oh great, cool, I can use this word. Yeah, as far as the Pyromaniac Mysteries End grind goes, I'm gonna steer away from that for a bit. I'm just trying to think. So yeah, we need to do another hard defense mission. We are getting this done. We'll get this done too. Get this done. We're making progress on this, but this is definitely going to be one of those challenges where it's like, yeah, we're using Freyna just to get this weekly challenge done. That's what it's going to become. That's what it's already become, rather. Now, the question is, I think I'm gonna, let's finish this off first. Let's do one more Kingston hard mission. And then I'm gonna do Mystery's End. And then we'll do Pyromaniac. Aside from the core Valby grind, I don't know. I think I'll stick to the Pyromaniac Mysteries End combo. The problem is we're getting a lot of duplicates, right? So that's something we need to consider in terms of like, are we doing something that's worthwhile if we don't get the drop? Are we all, yeah, we can't, this isn't hard mode. Like, we're not gonna get Q kills with this. And I should be using impact rounds. Yeah, soloing missions is definitely they're gonna die to the damage. There we go. Soloing missions is definitely more difficult. I am messing around trying to use the Silly Weeper intentionally, though. Correct. Yeah, the initial damage that our Q ability does is definitely what we should be going after. But even then, it's like, it's not enough on hard mode. Nice. We did our... Was that a daily or a weekly? I think that was a weekly, right? Yeah. So now we just have Freyna's Venom Trauma. Clearing outposts is going to be super easy. We're almost done using this. I really don't want to do... Yeah, we're not going to be doing that again. As far as Freyna's Q ability goes, like, we already have them up in terms of... We could put another point into Toxic Master. I don't really care to continue leveling Blair while I still have a weekly challenge that I need to do, because the weeklies are timed. So I'd rather get the weeklies done and then worry about more long-term stuff like that. Yeah, as far as I can tell, enhancing modules is... I mean, it depends on the module. But, like, Toxic Master on Freyna, like, obviously, we're going to be using that. Definitely worthwhile to upgrade those. I don't know what modules. I think maximize efficiency. Yeah, see, this is what we got, the nano compound versus the solenoid. This is what we were getting from the level 100 reactors that we were melting down. Indeed. These cost a lot of gold. It scales the amount of gold 4 times as much. Yeah. We do burn through gold doing these for sure. I'll do a stack of 16 of these. But it's worth it though. As for like stacking phase exchangers and control axis and the ion accelerators, it definitely feels worthwhile. But yeah, as for the other dailies, we can get those done. Doing an outpost, we can go to... We can go to the outpost that has a chance to drop. What was it? Was it Agna Desert or Sterile Land? I think it was Sterile Land. Normal mode. Yes, this. The Amorphous 6 is what I'm looking for. I can't even see the cooldown on it. When we go into a area and we want to check an outpost, we need to make sure our setting is on private. Otherwise, we go to an area in public and immediately there's someone standing there and it's on cooldown for 4 minutes. So, yeah. It's not the greatest system in the game, if I'm being brutally honest. As far as like having public co-op areas with like 4 players, where you can have 4 players in a zone, making it penalty to have other players in your area because you're trying to do outposts is not... I don't think anybody likes that, right? Nobody's like, oh, I love going into private mode to make sure that nobody else is doing the outposts. Can definitely use my Q ability on these enemies. But yes, that was the season level up for doing the daily. As for the battle pass, we got 25 more caliber and the bioscan Eceive cosmetic. This is what the one looks like that we're currently using. We change it. That's what it looks like now. It definitely changes the look quite a bit, which is cool. I want to see more missions in the game, but yes, now this is on a 5-minute cooldown. So you could do this like as part of the Valby grind for the 6 Amorphous. Waiting for 5 minutes each time is it's not gonna be what a lot of people want to do. Now there is the potential to do this, but given the fact that you would have to do this run across the whole map, right? But it's definitely something to do in the 5 minutes while the other one is getting done, right? Especially if our game takes forever to load. Wait, what? It says question mark. So what happens if I go back now? I thought you couldn't do this. Oh, you can? You can reset the cooldown on them by leaving and coming back? I didn't think you could do that. So the longest time now becomes the time it takes to run from one side of the map to the other. Oh, and then of course, yes. So, oh yay, we got the amorphous. Now we need to grind for void shards. But yes, it does seem like, okay, this is on cooldown for 4 seconds. If I go over here, and then I go back over here, if this actually works, that's probably not good. Yeah, now I can just do it again. And while I'm here, I'm gonna just do it one more time. But then then the bottleneck just becomes the load time in the game. Beyond that, so yeah, that's how you grind the outpost. That outpost in particular, yeah, you just jump from one zone back and then you can just keep doing it. At that point, the bottleneck is just the game's load time, which is like, I don't know about that. Is this better? No. Oh, wait, this is actually decent on Blair. Fire Fusion. No, Blair is Fire Dimension. Yeah, never mind. Still not bad, though, because of the skill cooldown and skill crit damage. Still not bad. Yeah. Yeah, this one we found this electric dimension is very good. The problem is I don't even know if there's a Descendant that is electric dimension. I know Bunny is electric fusion, electric singular. Yeah, Sharon is electric dimension. So, yes, this could be good for Sharon, except what you really want is electric fusion, which is, yeah, no. You want electric, what I want is electric fusion for Sharon and electric singular for Bunny. Yeah. I could bring one of these albinisms up, but we don't need to worry about doing that just yet. So as far as the void shard grind goes, am I interested in exploring grinding for void shards? Because we need void shards in order to open, like, I'm understanding another angle to take for the Valby code. And honestly, doing the Pyromaniac with a 15% chance, we can do that. But I'd rather explore the potential to grind void shards. Now, here's the thing. I know that in the Echo Swamp, we can use Freyna to do this one. And if we're trying to use Freyna for our weekly, then we may as well get our weekly done while getting void shards to get Valby, right? It's like a triple double whammy. No, it's a double whammy. Because, yeah, we're getting a weekly done while grinding for a Descendant. Even though it's pretty indirect. I need to be using everything other than general rounds. There we go. Okay, now we need to use impact rounds. Go for the double kills. This one is not as bad as that Blair one that we did before. Because the enemies spawn in one of 3 places. Oh my. But I'm noticing how much time this is taking. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. I think I was just dying over and over again while I was gone. Yeah, apologies. I had to take care of something quickly. So this mission I can just feel is like is it what just happened? I just used my Q and I rubber banded and nothing happened. Like this kind of mission just feels like, yeah, those are definitely vault locations. I don't know, like as opposed to running Mystery's End and then there, we got four of one of them. Let's see. Is it did we get 4 of the one we need 12 of? The inorganic void shard. Yeah, we got 4 inorganic. No, we didn't need that at all. We need monomer and polymer. We didn't get any of what we needed. So now that makes me wonder, I don't think we can actually get, they're different types. Yeah, we didn't get the type we need. Like I just didn't get the type I need. As far as that grind goes, we're gonna need a location that doesn't give inorganic. We're gonna need the monomer. So there are different types of void shards, and you need to get the correct types for the fusion reactors. For this one, we need 12 monomer, 3 polymer. There's gotta be a better, there must be, let me check another area. We don't have a non-attribute. Electric, inorganic, organic, monomer, polymer. That one's electric, monomer, polymer, fire, organic. This is probably the one that we need to do, but we need an electric descendant, meaning we can't use Freyna. We need to consider using Bunny or Sharon, in which case I'm probably going to use Bunny. Let me make sure that I have Freyna saved as a preset. I don't really need to rename these, I don't think. Yeah, how many descendants do we have unlocked? 5, right? Yeah. And as far as Bunny goes, we don't have... I may have one in my inventory, but I don't think we have a good level 100 reactor. Yeah, electric fusion, but I don't have electric singular. Yeah, this is the one we need. I also want that. Yeah, we want electric singular, but this has electric skill power attribute roll on it. So that'll be fine. And then I think, yeah, we can just overwrite it. If we update this preset, then we can overwrite it. But yes, the game after about 80 hours has gotten to that point, and we kind of suspected that it would, where now we need to worry about using different descendants. Like I'm using Freyna for my weeklies. I'm using Bunny for Void Shard grind. We're leveling Blair. It's gonna be a core part of the end game where you're like jumping back and forth between different descendants. But yes, 80 hours in game. This is pretty much it. I'll try that. We'll give that a try. So Agna Desert, Void Fragment. There is the Void Shard grind, and it is a thing. As far as rolling for Valby, we can do the outposts and then the Void Fragments, which increase the drop chance by quite a bit. But this, I mean, right here is why, you know, like not playing Bunny for a while and then playing Bunny, it's like, yeah, here you go. The narcissism and the, that's insane. Like, if you look at our MP usage, we're just not running out of MP as long as we're taking out enemies. And as long as we don't get stopped. Why did our ability stop working? Why is our lightning emission off? Something janked out. I don't know what happened. Oh, because narcissism increases the cooldown. Right? Yeah, there's the, so did we get the monomer or did we just get the polymer? Yeah, see, we got 4 monomer. That is massive. When we were doing it with Blair earlier, we were only getting 1 each time. Maybe that's a bug? I don't know. This is what so okay. We have the Mysteries and Pyromaniac combo, right? Yeah, narcissism is such an interesting effect. So we need more skill cooldown. That's what we need. firing our weapon actually stops us from sprinting. Yeah, we need to hit the thing. We can pretty much use... It feels like we can use speed of light almost infinitely. As long as we get a MP drop every once in a while. Like, that's it. Yeah, just waiting on continuous exaltation. We need more skill cooldown. I didn't think we would, but for narcissism, active skill cooldown minus 21%, skill power minus plus minus 6%. What? That sounds so... This is this right here is a total grind zone for sure. As for how many void shards we got, I'll do this one more time so we can roll the amorphous 6 that we have. This is a total grind zone. But this is the grind. Like, this is it for sure. We grinding now. And if you compare this to how we were doing it with Blair before, yeah. The only mistake I'm making is we need more skill cooldown. Yeah, we're also still leveling Bunny right now. We need more skill cooldown, and I need to run towards the void shard. Yeah, see how it's on cooldown? That's the limitation now on the build. Because of narcissism. So what narcissism does is it like makes it so we can sprint for a very, very long time. Right? But as a trade-off for MP skill cost reduction, it increases skill cooldown, right? That's the interesting part about it. Now, we have more mod capacity, so we're gonna need to get even more skill cooldown reduction. And I don't think we can. I don't know. What this does is it means we can't use lightning emission all the time. But it means that we can pretty much use speed of light all the time. And we're being limited by the skill cooldown. Right? Which we could counteract by just making the skill last longer. But the problem is maximized duration is not... I don't think maximized duration is what we want, right? Because duration doesn't affect speed of light. It does affect lightning emission, But what I'd much rather have is I don't know. Duration is actually okay. The duration counteracts the increased cooldown. So this is not bad. Is there another cooldown mod that we have? Definitely interesting. Without this, we would definitely... Lightning emission would run out super fast with narcissism. Yeah, that continuous exaltation is crazy. It's based on your charge sub attack. So you'd use your charge sub attack 5 times. So you have to constantly be using your F, your kicking in my case. And then after we do it 5 times, we get active skill cooldown minus 21%. For 10 seconds. I don't know why it says skill power plus minus 6%. I think that's a typo. I think it's just skill power minus 6%. Or skill power plus 6%. I don't know. They need to fix that for sure. That's like exactly what I mean when I say this game is unpolished. That is a exact example. Regardless, we don't have another cooldown mod. Like maximize duration, I think is our only cooldown mod. I'd rather... It's so weird that it's cooldown, but it increases skill duration. Like... I don't think we care about amplification control at all. Skill effect range and max shield, I just do not care about. Right? Like, just forget about that. Thankfully, we didn't put more points into it. What we need is, like, focus on singular. Oh, electric specialist is what we need to consider. But here's the problem with our current setup with narcissism. Lightning emission is running out. We need something that reduces skill cooldown even more. We need nimble fingers. We just need it. I don't think we can go without it. Yeah. Because every second that we don't have lightning emission up is a second of lost massive DPS, AoE DPS, right? So, you know, the skill power modifier decrease from maximized duration is fine, because that duration is going to increase the amount we can use lightning emission, which is going to counteract the decrease to skill power because we're going to be using it more. Nimble fingers, I think, is just like flat out what we need. Thankfully, what we need is focus on electric, and I actually put this is exactly what we need. I would say to complete this build, we need focus on electric. Which sucks because, yeah, good luck finding focus on electric. We even have it here. Yeah, I click it and it just like greets me with this screen. It's fantastic. I love that so much. Like, I click on that and then I get this. Great, awesome, thank you, thank you. Let me type it in. The UI is, some of the navigation is just like, oh, it's all sterile land. It's all sterile land. Yeah, so we do sterile land a lot, and we eventually get focus on electric. This void fragment mission that we were doing, we could even do it on hard, couldn't we? Yeah, I don't know what that drops, but I don't care. Here, void fragment hard mode. Oh, we get even more. Okay, this is the true void shard grind. Okay, we're learning. If I only have to do one of these twice. Then we're good, right? Yeah, if I roll, it actually stops narcissism. I can jump, but I can't roll and I can't shoot. I got stuck on the enemy and then I got exploded by the trap balls. It is absolutely a thing in the game that the enemies will block you. And if they do, you get stuck, and they do a lot of damage to you. So I'm really wondering, as far as narcissism goes, when we have 10 stacks of narcissism, it's like speed of light is almost taking no MP at all. The problem is, then we're just on the tail end of that little gap right there, keeping lightning emission up. Yeah, those enemies have a lot of health. So that is that void fragment. And we got 11 monomer and 4 polymer. That is, yeah. So to do that other one with Blair, we would have had to do it for 11 of these. Yeah, that would, and it respawns immediately. So we can immediately do that again. As far as I'm concerned, this is the void shard grind spot. Hard mode, yeah, these two people are grinding this outpost. I think I can make it to them in like 2 minutes. So let me run over to them. Let me pick that up. I've got plenty of time. But this is like the double layer grind, right? Like we're getting the void shards so that we can open the amorphous that we got from a drop chance from doing an outpost, right? That's what I mean by like the double layer grind. You're not just like doing a Colossus and opening an amorphous. You're doing something so that you can do something else in order to get a chance after you do something else. That's what it is. And this is a minute cooldown. But as far as getting focus on electric goes, that is the last mod that we need in the build to finish the build. The ultra grind build for Bunny, right? Right now we're I don't know if I want to invest the resources in nimble fingers. What I really want is focus on electric, which we clearly focus on singular. Oh, focus on electric is going to be better though. This has 20 seconds on it. Yeah, this aspect of the farm is pretty interesting. Is there a reason they're up here? I don't know, do they get the drops if they're up there? Maybe. The boss is about to spawn, so oh, they used interesting. They have Bunny's Transcendent mod. So yes, that outpost has a chance to drop a amorphous, which did not drop. So I did want to check that out. Was not worth waiting 2 minutes. It's pretty deceiving. Like 5 minutes just sitting around is a lot of time to just sit around. And it adds up. If you just do that over and over again, it adds up. seriously adds up. But yes, that void shard, if we're going to grind, so moving forward, if I am going to do void shard grind, it is going to be in the Agna Desert. No, Sterile Land, hard mode. Sterile Land, hard mode, right here. Yeah. Rockfall. Now, we need to go private, normal, apply. And we need to go and open this, right? So this is where we open that. We need to make sure we have 12 and 3 monomer and polymer. We do. See, we get a ton. I will be right back and we'll do that. All right, I'm back. Something I was thinking about. So with the module, focus on singular. We can just swap that out, right? Like, focus on singular is no doubt gonna buff our singular skill power modifier. Like, that's pretty massive for lightning emission, right? Skill power 127 and 32. If I get rid of this, 127 and 32. Why doesn't it affect that? That doesn't affect it at all. What we need is focus on electric, for sure. Maybe it is affecting it, but it's not showing up here. I don't know. Regardless, that's about the same anyway as... as the other mod we were using. Yeah, I can't... Is this tech? It is tech. Non-attribute. We already have a toxic tech. But that has fusion. This one has non-attribute. It doesn't matter. For Freyna, it doesn't matter. As long as we have a level 100 with toxic tech, that's all we need. Everything else doesn't matter. Oh, that defense roll. Hold on. 3,000, 4,000. The shield recovery doesn't really matter. And then this is just trash. I'm not even... Yeah, that's just... Nah. Nope. Not that one either. It's gonna take some time to find an ultimate support sensor. This one is definitely close, but again, max shield. Like, we just not dealing with it. Done. Now, as for the tamer, I think I am going to bring one of these tamers up. I'll hold on to this, the fire attack and firearm attack. That's pretty junky. Instead of junking it, though, I'm gonna... This is complete junk as well. I'm gonna use this to bring up the tamer. Using the tamer with Bunny is not what I intend to do. But I do want to get a tamer up to level 100. Given the fact that the tamer is one of the best machine guns in the game. Unless they patched it, but I doubt it. We'll find out very shortly once I get it to... Now that everything is dropping at 100, it's honestly a lot easier to compare. Because if you don't have to worry about the level comparison, then you're good. The weapon level transmission, we're going to use the tamer, use that to bring it up. And we're going to use 4 phase exchangers. And then I am going to readjust the tamer using a single control axis. I think we can do better than that. I'll roll it like once or twice more. Firearm attack is good. But if we're only rolling one at a time, there's chill attack. Crit damage. What's a crit rate? The crit rate's 14%. That's not bad. But what we really want is firearm attack. I think I'll do a couple more. There's a purple firearm attack. I am not gonna mess with that. We could lock it and roll it, but I'm not going to. The raw firearm attack, you just can't go wrong with. I don't care about getting, like, a perfect roll. Yeah, that's going to be good regardless. The Millennium Frost is the best weapon on Bunny, by far. Because it has the highest move speed. And Bunny derives most of their damage from movement. But yeah, let me dismantle duplicates. And then we're ready to crack one of these open. I think we do it at Sterile Land, right? Sterile Land, normal, private, and right here. Should be super, super easy. This is not like the hard part of the grind. This is the part of the cycle that you do once you've done everything else already. But as for getting the void shards, definitely doing that in hard mode. I don't think... Yeah. So it does scale. As for hard mode, you get more void shards by running those on hard mode. Yeah, see, this is like not the difficult part. This gets done almost immediately. And Valby is the 38% drop. And we got 2 restored relics. As far as that goes, I don't think we can just keep doing it. Oh, can. As long as we have void shards, we can keep doing it. Okay, now there's another one up there. Yeah, we can't use that one anymore, but we can use this one. Funny. And we got it. We got it. We have beaten the first Descendant, and we have officially begun we have successfully completed the Valby grind at this point. That, what you just saw, was the Valby grind done in a couple of different ways. In hindsight, the thing that I kind of recommended against, I recommend for now, having completed it. If anyone was wondering how to grind Valby, I will quickly, after I begin Valby research to prove that I did successfully complete Valby, I will give my recommendation on how to get Valby as quick as possible. We need to wait for one of these to get done. But yes, as you can see, we now have Valby with just enough gold. And soon enough, we will be using Valby. I will finish leveling Blair before we get Valby leveled up. But just to begin, so first off, I recommend not even worrying about Valby until you've already cleared Fortress and you've entered hard mode. So if you're really trying to maximize your efficiency in terms of grinding for Valby, what you want to do is this Void Fragment mission in Rockfall at Sterile Land on hard mode. Because if we look at it on normal mode, you get 4 monomer, 1 polymer. But on hard mode, you get 11 monomer, 4 polymer. So that is something you want to consider. You don't want to be grinding for 1 polymer, 1 monomer every time. You can get 11 each time you do this. And then what you do is you run the Rockfall outpost in normal mode. So you do this Void Fragment in hard mode, accumulate as many void shards as you feel necessary. For this, you're gonna need 12 and 3. 12 monomer, 3 polymer. And then what you do is you roll this a bunch of times. And, you know, best of luck getting the 20% drop. It is RNG regardless. I'm just telling you how I got the Valby code. I did get luckier with this, and verifiably, because that's how I actually got it to drop. I rolled the Pyromaniac about 8 times on a 15% drop, and, you know, 8 times we should have gotten it, but we didn't. So this is how you get the Amorphous 6, which is a 20% You bring it over here, spend the 12 and 3 monomer and polymer, and then you crack open the amorphous 6. The amorphous 6 has the 38% drop chance on the Valby code, which is how we ended up getting it to drop. And the 32, or which one is it? The 36 has a 15%. And this is what we were doing the Pyromaniac for. We rolled this about 8 times. We have many Divine Punishment nanotube blueprint duplicates at this point. We can actually check that. If I go to consumable and core material, actually we only have 2. Interesting. No, here. Yeah, not the nanotube, the blueprint. We have 8. So that is proof that I did the Pyromaniac 8 times. More than 8 times with that specific amorphous material. That was the summary of how I ended up unlocking Valby. I wanted to reiterate very quickly for anyone that was wondering, because I was starting to lose hope. Don't lose hope. Embrace the pure RNG. I was expecting to have to do it a whole bunch more. if I'm being honest, like I said, I was starting to lose hope. That's a little bit of a joke. We're cruising. We're fine. And the thing about Valby or any of the other Descendants that you unlock is once you unlock them and you research them, you're good. You don't need to worry about it again. In 16 hours, once we can use Valby, we don't need to unlock Valby again. Now, are there going to be other reasons why we need to do the Pyromaniac? Yes. There are other amorphous materials we can get. And in that amorphous 36, I think it was, right? I don't have any. In that amorphous 36, there are other blueprints, and chances are we are going to eventually get even more duplicates. I don't know, the Executor nanotube is probably the only thing I could see myself cracking this over and over again for. As for the energy activator blueprint, there are many other ways to get the energy activator blueprint. Here's another example right here. Yeah, so we have now officially begun research on Valby. We will be using Valby in the future. And that whole process actually, you know, it didn't actually take us as long as Sharon. I don't think Valby actually took us as long as Sharon. Simply because with Sharon, we had to roll the Asylum many, many times. And that's because for Sharon, the Asylum is the only way that I found to get the Sharon Spiral Catalyst, right? I don't think there is any other way to get it, but I will triple check that. Yes, it is the only way to get the Sharon Spiral Catalyst. So if you really, really want Sharon, there is a possibility that you may need to do the Asylum, the Chapel, Seed Vault, Caligo Ossuary many times over. Because it is a 20% drop, and with RNG, there's always a possibility of needing to do it 15, 20, 25 times. But yeah, I was ready to continue the Valby grind. But alas, we have now unlocked Valby. So now comes the question, what next? And there is still much that we can do, including the Battle Pass grind. the battle pass, which we are currently season level 48. And once we are season level 50, we will unlock the ability to access these. We have 30 supply coin, and we will get more supply coin. I am going to, given the fact that, well, we can find a good mission that doesn't involve just mindlessly grinding. I'm just checking these amorphous drops to see, like, what next. Enzo. Do we just go straight for the ultimate bunny? Nah. This doesn't look like a bad mission, though. Between this amorphous... Well, we have the smither... Oh, I don't know if we have the nanotube for the smithereens. This gives Enzo code. As for Enzo code, I don't know where else to get it. That's the ultimate Viesa grind. We know ultimate Viesa grind is also in the hard mode missions. Indeed. Here's ultimate Ajax grind. Ultimate Glay grind. These 6% amorphous are... We already have the Glay code, by the way. This Glay code, regular Glay code, we got a rare drop on the Glay code, so we don't even need to worry about that anymore. I feel like Biolab hard mode would actually be a good grind spot. Oh, interesting. Valby Transcendent. Glay Transcendent. Yeah, we got Electric Condense. I don't know if we care about it. It's like, isn't that good. Glacial Cloud we already have. There's Eskimo Transcendent. Yeah, Void Domination on Sharon. Definitely seems like it would be good. But potentially underwhelming. Similar to Bunny's Electric Condense. It's just like, I don't know. Electric Condense makes it so you can zap bosses, mini bosses, like instantly. Beyond that, it's meh. This sounds interesting. So it turns Giant Fireball into even more of a nuke of damage, which it already is, but it just makes it even more. At the sacrifice of not creating flame zones, which is kind of how Blair derives their crit hit rate from their flame zones. So yeah, as for completing our bunny build, we need focus on electric. And then I think we're good after that. Then we have the ultimate bunny build. Yeah, do not get rid of that tamer. I need to heart that. As far as all of that goes, I'm just kind of like thinking about what we can focus. Now that we have Bunny unlocked, or Valby, I mean, it's gonna take me a second to figure out what we want to grind next. What we need to do is we need to use Freyna. Let me go preset, Freyna, apply, go back to Freyna. We need to finish our dailies. So what are our dailies? High powered rounds and Venom Trauma. So as far as these go, we need to figure out what is going to be worth. Yeah, we know we don't need VSA. Oh, Eugen enhanced cells. Eugen and Jaber. This might actually be okay. But this has VSA as well. This has Enzo code and Glay enhanced cells. We can do this one. I don't know what mission this or what level this is. So we need to use high power rounds, and we need to take out a lot of enemies with Freyna's Q ability, which is going to be difficult because Freyna's Q ability doesn't actually do that much damage unless we really pump a lot more into Freyna's modules. And I still have my energy activator. I don't know. I'm gonna hold off on using my energy activator for quite some time. I'm gonna have to try Valby. I remember playing Valby in the crossplay beta. I don't know if they've changed anything about them. I think as far as the Soulless go, yeah, we took that one out. It's gonna be a slow weekly. That's gonna be like the weekly that takes the longest by far. Oh, this is a defense mission. This is a flat out defense mission. But yeah, I'm using Freyna for my weekly. That's pretty much it. I don't mind Freyna. But I'm also not going to use my energy activator on Freyna. Like, I'm still very much so leaning towards VSA. We are very close to like a very, very solid capped off bunny build. As for grinding void shards, we know where to go now. We know where to go. We're good on that. We were doing it with Blair, and we were getting like one of each every mission. We did it with Bunny on hard mode, and we got 11 and 4 each mission. So we went from potentially needing to do the mission 12 times, potentially, to only needing to do it twice at most, in order to crack one Amorphous. Which then, once we realized that, we did eventually get the Valby code to drop, and now we are unlocking Valby. Which was great. I admittedly did not think that we would get Valby today. Yes, that is Sharon's Shock Nuts ability with the Battlesuit Transcendent module, which lowers enemies' electric resistance when they're inside of the bubble. So this stream I've learned quite a bit. We've made pretty good progress. I'm settling into the battle pass grind though. Like overall, that's the biggest thing. The fact that we can make presets for our different Descendants is gonna be very helpful depending on how we want to cycle our grinding. As for buying more slots, that's not gonna happen. We're gonna refine our builds and our grind presets down to the point where we can cycle in and out of 5. Now, they monetize everything, and reasonably so. You know, I think that they have a good game here. That's massive server lag, but it's unpolished, and they're gonna need to do a good job on the release of season 1 after the preseason ends in 46 days, because if they don't, people are gonna start tapering off on the game, right? They're gonna be like, oh, this next battle pass is weak. The preseason battle pass is pretty weak. So they have their work cut out for them in terms of how much quality and effort they put into the next battle pass. I think Blair would actually be good here. I might bring Blair to this mission. But this mission is tough. This defense mission at Fortress is actually difficult. Yeah, Sharon's flashing short sword ability is very, very cool. I love the way it looks when it's flying through the air. A lot of the effects in this game are very good. Like, whoever worked on the visual effects nailed it. Nailed it. Like, That is not a complaint about the game. I don't think anyone complains about how the game looks. I think the major complaints are server stability and performance optimization. If everyone never disconnected and always had over 100 frames per second, I don't think anyone, I don't think there would be anything to complain about. Yeah, there are some bugs. Like, there are admittedly some serious bugs. But none of them have been, like, really game-breaking, right? Like, I've experienced plenty of bugs in this game, none of which have been like, oh, my game is now broken because of the bugs that I'm experiencing. This thing is about to die. It's taking most of its damage from ranged enemies. For sure. What do we get? Mark for arrest. Interesting. Oh, rip. That defense mission is not easy. And it definitely seemed like we had several people who we were playing with who knew what they were doing. So definitely wasn't like we had some teammate that we were carrying. Yeah, these we need to use because they do take up a bag slot. Yes. Now, as for we've completed the Valby grind. We have completed the Valby grind. I'm trying to think about like what next I really want to go for. Like the super end game hard grind is ultimate VSA for sure. But then comes after that, it's pretty much battle pass grind, right? We have 46 days to get this thing squared away. We're about to unlock this. This we should be able to get, especially because of Sigvor's. This is like hard grind. Like, this is probably going to be... A couple of these are going to be very, very difficult. Like, I don't know. The more I think about these challenges and the fact that there are 46 days remaining, you can think like, yeah, 46 days is a long time. You have to play this game like very we will do one more mission to get that done. I'll just do like defense mission or something. I should have just used Sigvor's in that last mission and we would have gotten it. You have to play this game consistently across. So yeah, 46 days is like, sure, that's a long time. Great, cool. But within those 46 days, you're going to need to play very consistently to get some of these. And yeah, in hindsight, getting the main quest done was the easiest one. Finding records, like, I don't even know, that we're going to have to end up going out of our way to get. Some of these I am calling it right now, and I'm just accepting it. are going to be like, we find 49 out of 50 records and we just can't find the last one. Like, I'm just accepting that right now. Intercept battles, I've done 45. We could just grind Gravewalker over and over again, but that would just be so bland. Defeating enemies, we're only 1/10 of the way done with this. Like, we're going to have to seriously... That's just like a subliminal grind. Like, that's going to stack up over time. I don't know. I really don't know if we're going to be able to make a lot of these. I'm kind of just accepting it. And as far as the calculation goes, I'll do it while I'm thinking of it, while I'm here. I am, like, winding down. We'll do one more mission to get our last daily done. But we do not get supply coins from the dailies. We only get supply coins from the weeklies. So there are 177 plus the 20 we got. 197 total from the season. Plus the 5 we got from week 1. So 202. Plus the 10 we're going to get from this week. So 212. At the current time, there are a total of 212 supply coins that are potentially earnable by playing. As for the supply shop, in order to get all of the Descendant cosmetics, you're looking at 100, 200, 300. So they're not even enough supply coins to get all of these cosmetics. As for them making up the difference, oh, bro, you'll get supply coins on the weekly. In 46 days divided by 7, there are only 6 weeks remaining. So we're talking maybe another 60 if they give us 10 every week, unless they start giving us more as the season starts ending. But right now it seems like, yeah, as far as the battle supply shop goes, you'll maybe be able to get 100 for your starter Descendant. For Lepic, the mask and the body skin. And then the spawn. Like, maybe you'll be able to get those 3 things. Maybe. That's what it's starting to look like. That's what I'm starting to accept about it. As far as the hard battle pass grind goes, we're at season level 48. The season level is bound strictly by the challenges. Everyone's doing the congas. Yeah. I'm gonna take Freyna to... Yeah, we already got Glade Code. I think Sterile Land is what we need to do. Thing is, I don't need anything in these. Oh, we could do this. Yeah, we need everything in this. Great, cool. It's lower level. Yeah, we also don't have this Freyna Transcendent. I want to do Sterile Land subliminally because we want that focus on electric mod, and you get it in the Sterile Land. And we know that because we checked it. Damn it, our bunny is killing everything. There we go. Okay, we got it. We got our dailies done. That was our last daily. Now we just have our last weekly, which is our queue using Freyna. But pretty sure this mission has a hardcore speedrun in it. And our bunny is already going ham on it. Yeah. That bulgus sensor, I'm pretty sure it's like whoever reaches that can immediately start it. Yeah. I think there's a spawn over here. Yeah, I don't think you can actually go ahead yet. Yeah, there's a spawn there. Good, that's a good way to get kills with the Q. We just need like really low level enemies to die to the damage over time. That's it. That should be content, yeah. I have to say, dialogue off and music off is like, so it makes the game so much more like Zen-like. We're just like cruising, enjoying the gameplay, getting our weekly done with Freyna. The amorphous that drops from this mission is something we want, for sure. And if we want to hard grind this weekly, like if we're desperate to get this weekly done, we can hop into a mission private solo where we basically just kill enemies using our Q. Like that, pretty much. But that's not going to be necessary. We can do other things as we get it done. I just hope they don't give us a daily that like requires ESIMA. I'm pretty sure they gave us a weekly with Freyna because Freyna is a little bit easier to obtain, right? Like if you play the game and you have a good amount of time, you know, you end up getting Freyna. But like if they were like, yeah, use Kyle's ability 500 times, like yeah, that weekly is not getting done. And we are progressing it. Like we are making, yeah, we're at 65 of 500. But that's gonna be like just like the sub attack. We're gonna need to do solo missions. Yeah, it's like every time I use it, teammate shoots the enemy right before. Yeah, and that's not their fault. Like, it's fine. The thing about normal and hard mode is that you can't get the drops from normal missions in hard mode, and vice versa. So there are reasons, even if you have unlocked hard mode, I'm pretty sure we're just gonna get teleported anyway. There are reasons to do normal mode missions even after you've unlocked hard mode. Which, I don't know how I feel about it entirely because, you know, doing a normal mission, that's like super easy. I don't know. Like, I kind of don't mind it. Nice, we got the Transcendent drop. Venom synthesis for Freyna. And we also got the Amorphous, which is going to let us unlock Lepic. Lepic and another, I think it's Glay, right? Lepic and... That's it, Lepic. Yeah, that's Lepic's Spiral Catalyst blueprint. Leaves behind a toxic footprint. Yeah, but isn't that what it does already? What? Isn't that what it already does, though? That is what I'm confused about. Oh, we also have this Transcendent. Yeah. Grants plague body armor to nearby allies. This is like a full-on support Transcendent mod. That, like, makes Freyna buff allies, which is pretty cool. Now, I'm confused about Putrid Venom. So, Putrid Venom is already something. Throws poison to create Toxic Swamp. Enemies touch Toxic Swamp, inflicted with poison and venom soaked. Enemies with venom soaked leave toxic footprints as they move, right? So that is what it does. Enemies walk on this, they get venom soaked, and then they leave toxic footprints everywhere. Toxic footprints also inflict enemies with poison. So it basically spreads the effect out, the poison effect. I'm assuming, based on the janky translation, that this allows us to leave toxic footprints behind us, right? Kind of like, if I had to guess, VS's Frost Road, this lets Freyna leave behind a toxic trail as Freyna walks around. Now, is this good? It doesn't sound good at all. The whole thing with Putrid Venom is that it's an AoE, right? And if you increase your skill range, it drastically increases the radius of this thing. So you can put this down and cover like a whole area with it. And it lasts a good amount of time too. The duration you can crank up by a lot. So I don't know why you would want to use something like this. If I'm being brutally honest, a lot of the Transcendent mods in this game feel pretty underwhelming. And it's something that the developers really need to work on. In terms of the polish of this game, there's a lot that the developers need to do to make something feel much more worthwhile and interesting to use. I would say, if I'm being maybe a little bit biased, right? Let's use the preset. So the Viesa preset we have, I would say Glacial Cloud is probably one of the cooler Transcendent mods. And maybe I'm a little biased, but Viesa's Transcendent mod is actually interesting because you throw it instead of like placing it down, and it pops up into the air and creates this like orb blizzard effect. It's not a huge difference, but it makes it more interesting because you throw it and it bounces and then it spawns a blizzard. And that feels good. Like, I like that. But not every Descendants Transcendent mod is good. Like Bunny's Transcendant mod, the electric condense makes it sound like her giant laser beam maximum power turns into a AoE, right? Changes maximum power into a form that causes damage around Bunny. It's like, oh, that's great. That's like an AoE. But no, it's not constant. It happens after like 4 seconds, and it's a giant burst of damage. It's not worth it. Why? Because it also costs an insane amount of capacity. And yeah, you could put points into this to make it cost less, but it's just, it doesn't feel worth it. Like a lot of the Transcendent mods, they need to seriously tweak. They need to tweak these Transcendent mods to make them more worthwhile. I want to see more depth, and I want to see more interesting effects come from these Transcendent mods. The toxic stimulation is definitely interesting, and I haven't used it yet, but I will say toxic stimulation definitely sounds more interesting than Venom synthesis. Like, this just sounds like Frost Road, except not as good. And it's not as good because Putrid Venom is already like, this is Freyna's bread and butter as far as I'm concerned. Like, the AoE ability to farm in defense missions is so good, right? You place this down, enemies run through it, and they just constantly get hit by poison damage. This, like, degrades that, makes it not as good, and it costs a ton of capacity. The thing with toxic simulation is that you're buffing your allies. Like, I like the idea of being able to make Freyna like a support character that buffs allies using defense mechanisms. Like, that sounds actually cool. I like that. Freyna is okay, but they need to tweak her abilities to make her more to give her more depth, I think. Because I understand why people like Freyna, but I think that Freyna could definitely use some tweaking to have a little bit more depth. That's my take. Regardless, I've been streaming just over 5.5 hours. As always, I've been enjoying my time in this game. We have successfully begun research on Valby, who we will be using in the future. We do need to finish our weeklies. There are several things that are ongoing that we have to achieve. We will be using Freyna quite a bit in the next 4 days because we do need to get this. A lot of the challenges do feel a little bit overly difficult and grindy. But we'll see. We'll see. I understand why they don't want to make them too easy. That's completely understandable. But that's why I said early on, I don't recommend the Battle Pass for the average player. Because I could tell from a mile away that the Battle Pass, some of the Battle Pass challenges are going to be very difficult. And the average player is not going to be able to achieve them in the time the season takes to end. And that is also why I say, in order for me to recommend or consider like saying it's worth putting money into this game, we need to see what they do with the next season. Like, the current state of the cosmetics, the battle pass, the progression, the lack of polish, so on and so forth, makes it pretty clear that it's going to take a little bit more time to see whether it's actually worth it for the average player. But if people put money into this game, Awesome. Great. Cool. You're supporting the development. I respect that. I just personally do not advise getting the battle pass or putting money into this game until we see what the developers are capable of doing moving into the next season, right? Because we are in the preseason. Then I suppose comes season 1, which hopefully, hopium speculation, will be more refined and better than the preseason. You would hope. But we'll see. It may very well come out in 50 days, 46 days. They come out with a new battle pass. It's even more bare. Doesn't have anything interesting. Is jank and boring, and nobody wants it and nobody cares. It's very possible. We'll see what happens. But that is all for now. I will be coming back to the first Descendant in the future. If you've been enjoying my live streams, please consider liking and subscribing, and I will be on in the future. Thank you.